Well, hello everybody. I am back. Let me get my office going. There we go. I am back and we're ready to play some games. I hope you guys are ready to have some fun. We're going to switch over to some Satisfactory. Now, if you missed me earlier, you can thank Twitch for that. Put a 1 in the chat, by the way, if you guys can see and hear me, and the titles and all that stuff have updated for you guys. Sometimes they have trouble updating. So I'm going to take a look here and see if they have actually updated on my end. They do look updated to me. All right. Awesome. We're going to go ahead and switch over to that. Refresh some stuff and get this craziness underway. So tonight what we're going to do is we're going to finish this battle that we're working on right now, and then we're just going to focus on some gameplay tonight. We're going to play some Satisfactory and have some fun doing that. I hope you guys have enjoyed the battles today. Sadly, I didn't get to stream today, again, because Twitch was having some sort of technical problem, but obviously they solved it now. I was going to do a stream in the morning, then I was going to do battle mode, and then I was going to do a stream tonight. But it looks like all you got was battle mode and then the stream. Lots of things are screwing up my schedule here, everybody. I try to stay as consistent as schedule as I can, but sometimes, you know, IRL stuff happens. Sometimes my health gets involved, or sometimes it's stuff beyond my control, like Twitch breaking and me not being able to log in and do that stuff. And that's the stress of my everyday, is always all of these things that are always coming together or causing issues, or my microphone's not working or camera's not working like last night, or the microphone or something is always going on, that I'm just always in this kind of juggling, you know, problem solving zone constantly. But we're going to have some fun today. We're going to play some games. We're going to get into there. Hey, buddy Rudd, what up? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the ones in the chat. Hey, Paul, what's up? Thanks for coming in as well. We got Joggers in there. Am's lending a hand as well. Not sure if you guys have seen this yet, but Coolio. Oh, sorry to hear that, bro. Sorry to hear that. That song will live forever, man. It's an amazing song. That time already got lost in 76 dailies. That happens, Ebs. That happens. Yeah, I like to try to get my dailies done. Again, it's going to push me even further behind on my dailies. Which happens a lot to me. I get further and further behind. Thank you for letting us play. Well, you're welcome, lady. Yeah, we're going to do one more battle to finish it up as well. And then we are... then we're going to get deeper into some Satisfactory here. And of course, every single time I go to load my stream, everybody, it's always like, this thing needs to be updated and that thing needs to be updated. And that's because I have like 200 things running at the same time. Of course, got all of my equipment and all my other stuff running, plus all of the different software that makes this magic happen, everybody. That is for sure. And speaking of magic, boom, right there, we've got that going on right there, and we've got our Stream Raiders running right over there. So I'm going to go ahead and get this going. Now, I actually switched over to Steam, and they did come out with a updated version of Satisfactory for early access, but I'm still playing the experimental version for now as we work on our trains and we work on that other stuff. Now, during the nighttime, everybody, I've noticed that we typically have less people doing battles and things like that. So what I thought I'd do is to really maximize your guys' battle time, is that we'll just do battle modes like on a Monday, and then you guys can get a lot of battles in, whether it's during the morning time or nighttime. And then I will focus on gameplay during the nighttime. So on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and on Saturday, we're going to be mainly focused on the gameplay itself. But during the day, we're going to be doing lots of battles. In between streams, I'm going to be doing some battle modes when I can as well, to try to help out all of my different part of my community as well. Now, if you like that, hit the follow button, because it does help out the stream tremendously. Everybody, make sure that you've got your cups ready. I've got mine. Oh, I got to get my water over here. I put it way over there because I was working on my other machine. You guys will see that eventually when I go to do it. So everybody take a nice sip of coffee in-game right over here, and then also in real life. There you go. I was just pretending, everybody. That's my Fix-It cup. Yes, I have the actual Fix-It cup as well. That's okay to be jealous. It's okay to be jealous, everybody. of my awesome Fix-It cup. I had to get one, everybody. I just, you know, I don't collect that much stuff anymore, but I had to have a Fix-It cup because Satisfactory is one of my favorite games of all time. Incredibly, incredibly great. Now, again, if you want to help out the stream, feel free to go out there and show some retweet love. I think it rolled out a new retweet for us. I schedule all of these retweets now, or all the tweets now, typically on my day in which I'm not streaming, that's when I'm doing all that hard work behind the scenes, doing videos and queuing them up to YouTube and processing all of that stuff and managing it. And I have a giant spreadsheet where I manage every single stream and uploading and what the status is. And did I do an end screen on it? And have I uploaded it here? Have I backed it up there? A lot of that stuff going on behind the scenes. And eventually you'll see all of that in my video, by the way, that I'm working on ever so slowly because all of these other things keep getting in my way of doing all my other stuff that I really want to do. All these things I don't want to do, like go to the emergency room, didn't want to do that, but I do want to play some games and hang out with all of you. So we're going to get into that. So we're going to wait for that battle to come up over here. We're going to move that over there. We've got about 10 minutes on that. And then we'll finish that up, but we're going to go ahead and get into some gameplay. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat first, just in case I missed anybody. Who else we got coming in? Rotisserie G. Hey, Rotisserie G, thanks for coming in as well. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to play some games. Let's go. All right, everybody, we're off and running on some Satisfactory. Now, what have we been up to? Let's go ahead and catch up on what we've been working on here in our factory. Let's go up here to this real high one. There we go. We've been working away here. Oh, here comes the Falcon. We've been working away on building our factory. There we go. Vertically as well. I have sleep apnea, everybody, so sometimes my brain just comes to a complete stop. It happens quite often, so just roll with it. Over here, of course, we have our coal power going, and we're drawing some water from over here, and then we're also drawing some water over here at the waterfalls that are going and running back down there. Now, up here, we are working on some oil. We've got our trains running now, and we have what's known as a push-pull train, where you have an engine on both ends, and that engine just goes back and forth. One engine pulls it in one direction, and the other engine pulls it in the other direction. It's called a push-pull train. You can do it on a single track, uses the minimum amount of resources, and it will get you started on your trains. I highly suggest to do that on your first train. Typically, my first train, hope you can see it way off in the distance. There it is, right there. Typically, my first train is the one that does oil, because that's when it becomes worth it, and that's about the time in the game in which you have enough resources to facilitate that. And so what I'm doing, instead of me running way over there to get the oil, the train goes over there, gets the oil, and brings it back to me, which I much prefer. So we're going to be continuing our oil power today. We're going to try to get all of our oil stuff going. Now, we have much more to do over here, stuff to revamp, stuff to move up to the higher levels as well, including all of our copper stuff, our other stuff, our iron and all of that. We need to move all that stuff so that it eventually equals and lands up in this spot right here. Now, of course, this is my main hub, and I've got myself some resources here that I'm working with. Some plastic. We've got rubber, which always seems to fill up just as fast as possible. And we want that stuff to just kind of keep running down the line here and eventually end up in here. Now, you can see we've used a bunch of it up. I don't think we have any on us right now. I don't think so. Nope. And then also we have some other stuff over here, which is just kind of random stuff. Now, remember, this side is the stuff that's in the box, and that side on the right is the stuff that's in my inventory. And again, you can see we've got lots of stuff in here. That was the stuff that was in my inventory there. And then we have some more stuff that I was using in my inventory as well. So we've got that in there. Now, we're also using a second box as well up here to hold a lot of our plastic. So we actually have 2 boxes of plastic because we're going to need a lot of that coming up very soon. So we're going to get that rocking. Now, we also have some quick accesses to one level down, or the levels as they go down, or just straight to the bottom with our hyper tubes, which are going to help us out a lot. But we still got a lot of spaghetti mess to clean up down here. Look at this. Oh, boy. Oof, so much spaghetti mess to get going on. But our goal is to grab the raw resources, run those raw resources into a collection area, and then take those raw resources and then turn them into whatever we want them to do. So I'm going to go down a few levels here and show you what's going on here in the lower levels right now. Of course, taking those iron ingots and converting those from the raw ore there, and then simply putting them into this box right here. Now, this one's got a lot of that raw stuff, and we're running it underneath. This is called underrunning, or called a sandwich level, where you run it from underneath, and then, of course, you then feed it up to your machines up above, which is a much cleaner way of doing it, by the way. I absolutely love that, because when you do go up above, then all of that other kind of stuff is not in your way. So when I go up to the 4th floor here, maybe there it goes. Up to the 4th floor here, you can see it's just coming through the floor, going into the machine, and then, of course, running back out, and then being backlogged into these right here. You can see I've got a ton of plates in there, and I've got a second box getting filled up. Same thing on the other side here. It is filling up with a bunch of rods. And then, of course, way over here is our screws, which is our basics for getting your reinforced iron plates. And eventually, we're going to need more and more. Whoa, guys, God flied. More and more resources over time to scale up. Now, one of the things that probably is the hardest part in the game is right about now. And that's because you're going to realize that you do not have enough raw resources to really do the higher end stuff that you're going to need later. So setting up all this structure first, before you start doing all of the, giant machines, and before you start doing aluminum and all of that other stuff, will really help you in the long run. Because if I decide that I need more of these, you can see that I could just add another one and another one and another one and another one, and just on into forever, right? Or I could add another row facing the opposite direction, this way, this way, this way, right? So we've given ourselves the ability to expand as far and as much as we want in each and every row. These are just starter rows, and eventually, of course, we could just make it go as far as we want it to go. And they'd be really easy to add another one and another one, because you could just go down below on the lower level like this, and you could just add another splitter right here, and then another splitter, and so on and so forth. So very easy to do. Same thing with our original stuff here. We have a lot of extra iron ingots over here that are backlogging in each of these, and thus we could increase the output, increase the production, and then it will burn up a lot of that excess as well. So we always have a nice backlog of that, and then also we have a backlog of the original, the source resources right over here as well. So we have a bunch of backlog of this. So when we scale up, we can do that. Now, before we can really scale up, and before I really want to go and redo a lot of my other stuff over there, I do need a lot of power. You need a massive sums of power toward the later part of the game, including one of those things, of course, oil power, which is something that we're going to do. We're also going to increase our coal power eventually as well. And we will make a massive tons of coal. One time I did 160 coal plants. It was like 10,000 power with just coal alone, and I'm pulling them from the very same nodes in which I did that in the past. But this time, we're going to pull them over here, and we're going to utilize them over here. Now, eventually, I will raise these up here, and then I will raise this across, and then I will also have the trains going and collecting that stuff and bringing it back, so I don't have to run lines and upgrade those lines and manage those lines. One of the best things to do, oh, look at the Saturn-like planet there. One of the best things to do is just, if you need your resources faster, if it's not bringing it at that full pace, you just add more trains, and thus it will pick up the first one, and the next one will come around and grab the more, and the next one will come around and grab more, and then you have multiple trains going. Now, obviously, you don't want all the trains on a single track, because they will crash into each other now. It used to not be like that, by the way. You can send trains right through the middle of each other, which I don't like doing. I don't like clipping in any game at all. I'm a much bigger fan of doing it correctly and doing it right. So I usually start with push-pull trains, which will just go over there, grab it, bring it back, go over there, grab it. It's the maximum efficiency, because it doesn't have to turn around. You don't have to add a little turnaround segment. You literally just goes in, the train pulls into the station, and because you have a train on this side, that train pulls this way. It pulls the thing right back out of there, and then it goes in the opposite direction. It has to stop anyway, because it has to put the resources on it. And so when it stops and then it going the other way, the train's already facing the opposite direction. So works very, very well, as you'll see when we get up there. So that's a bit of our goal today. We're going to scale up our oil again and keep on going. So let's go ahead and make our way up here. And then we'll turn the sound on. There we go. And we'll head our way back out here to our thing. And of course, as you can see, I've got Hypertubes allowing me to connect it together. Hey, Dr. J, what up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. I heard your hello there a minute ago. I was in the zone. I was chatting it up. Chatting it up about my cool factory I'm working on here. All right, so we have also some big containers here, which are backlogging a bunch of this crude oil so that we can go ahead and scale this up. Now, one of the things we do need to think about is how much throughput is this oil doing, right? How much of throughput are we getting from the actual train itself? And do we need to add more trains? Do we need to add a loop track? Do we need to add a thing where one train can pull to the side where the other one's coming by and then it can go by to get the thing? Or whatnot, or if you time it just right, one train will go that way, and when it comes back, the other train will pass it at the exact same time, and you don't even need the lights itself. Though the lights do keep you from ever so slowly them getting out of sync, and then eventually, boom, they crash into each other. Yeah, that can happen if you don't have it down to the split second. Usually it'll happen definitely over time. And as you can see here, we have a bunch of power running here in our fuel generators. These are producing 150 watts each, so this is about 300 plus another 150, so 450 watts right now. We can also go and look at the overhead cost of what we're running right now, simply by going to one of these posts, hitting that. And that'll basically tell you how much power you're currently using. I'm using about 923. Oh, we'll do that battle here in a second. I'm using about let's call it 950. 950, almost 1,000 power, and I have the capacity of 1,650. Now, what that tells me is actually that a lot of my machinery right now is off. It's not running. How do I know that? That's the gray bar up there at the top. That one that's kind of in between the orange one and the blue one at the top. That one is my max cons. Or if I had everything running at the same time, that's what it would take. That's the power consumption it would do. So even then, even if I had everything running, I still have an overhead of way more power than what I need. But it's very easy to take that orange line and run it right up to that blue line in just a few moments, everybody. When you start adding more machines, you start adding the big manufacturers, you start adding a bunch of stuff, you start overclocking stuff, that orange line goes zoom, like that. So again, at this stage, when I am going to start expanding all of my production of every different type of element, I definitely need to think about power first. And so when we get oil, that's one of the first things we need to think about. Another thing we need to think about is producing our resources that we need to keep creating oil power and things like that. And one of those resources is right here. Right there is this rubber that's up here. That's running along here. Whee! Try to get the edge. Not an easy thing. There we go. So this rubber that's running. Now, I find that you end up with way more than you're ever going to need. 1 or 2 boxes of that, and you got that for the whole rest of the game. You're good. The thing that you really want to watch out for is your plastic. That I have a tendency to use up, and then I will definitely need to produce way more plastic than what I'm producing right now. You can see that it's coming out of there, and it's immediately ending up on there, and you can see that it's not filled because I'm going to fill up multiple boxes of plastic because I know I'm going to use so much. And eventually I'll have to have dedicated plastic that just goes to my higher end production, which uses a lot of plastic in that long run. So make sure that you are backlogging a bunch of that so you can continue to expand your base. And most of my stuff I run to wherever my hub is, because then I can also grab it, put it in the hub, and then use it for my upgrades later on. So again, we want to go ahead and do this. Now, one of the things that we need to do, though, is we need to figure out the ratio of how much oil that I'm bringing in, and then how much oil I do want to burn up. So my train's coming back right now, and so I can kind of get an idea of the fill rate and how much it's bringing in. Oh, no, it's actually on its way on the other way right now. On how much it's actually bringing through. So the next time it comes through, it'll do that. Now, I can also get on the train and utilize the train. I need to actually get my little vehicle to head over there. But I do have a backup plan if the train is not here. Down below me here is some more stuff I can get to go to. And I'm going to try a little trick here, and let's see if it works out or if I get my first death of the day. Oh, look at that health bar, everybody. That actually worked. That was incredible. All right, so basically I just jumped down here to the lower level, and I'm going to use the hyper tube to get me out to the oil for now. So here we go. That was pretty lucky, pretty lucky. All right, now while we're making our way out there, let's go. And I was actually trying to land on the top of the smokestack, by the way. I totally missed it. Let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! All right, let's get one more battle in for today, and then we'll be back, of course, tomorrow, doing some more battles. Now, just so you know, everybody, they are nice enough to get me in for some tests of my issues I had this week of not being able to breathe. Basically tomorrow, so I may be late to the stream. We'll see how long it takes, because sometimes you go over there, everybody, and you're over there like 5 hours. I don't know why they give you even an appointment time, because by the time you get there, you're waiting for another 2 hours on top of the time you already wasted when you got it there. But we'll see how it goes overall. Congrats, everybody, for their loot, and Adam is our MVP on that round, so we're going to go ahead and just hold it off on this, and again, we'll come back to that on tomorrow's stream. All right, getting some hydration in. All right, making our way out to the edge here. One of the cool things about being in the hypertube is you're also healing. One of the things also in Update 6 that they added is a full heal. Not just the 3 points anymore. It'll actually fully heal you if you just stand in town or stand around for a while. It will actually fully heal your character now. And you also have, like before, and then you have even more new stuff that they've added for healing your character, as well as a bunch of weapons and items to use and all sorts of fun stuff to utilize. And I don't have any concrete. Awesome. And I've got some leftover Ooh, I got leftover a lot of that there. All right, let's take this one out. And I've got some leftover materials there that I'll take with me as best I can. And you can see over here what I'm doing is I'm extracting the oil from this one. Now, there's more oil over that way, and we'll tap into all of that when we need to. But right now, this oil extractor is extracting 240 crude per minute. And that's going at 600 up the thing because we're using our new pipes, and those are running up above as well. If we go look at our pipe structure here, we can see that we have a certain head lift, and we're just below the maximum, which is perfect. And it's actually getting a flow rate of about 300 because these pipes are 300, but the actual item itself will max out at 600, which we'll do eventually. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and leave that as is. Then we'll go ahead and run up here. Oh, wait, this is the wrong side. This is the wrong side here. Why is that there? Huh. It doesn't look like that's plugged in. Oh, it's plugged in from down below. I see. I don't like extraneous stuff, everybody. I take it out. If it's something I'm not actually using, it's out. All right, I got to go this way. Whee! Let's see if we die. Nope, we good. And I'm testing the edges of my jump down limit today. Now, they actually make it so you take less damage, fall damage now, I've noticed. Especially when you have your skates on, but even normally it does. So you can see I'm pumping it up into these big canisters here. And these canisters, of course, are backlogging a lot of that oil into there. And then also pushing it here into the crude oil as well. Now, one of the things I would watch is to watch these things right here. And if they're really close together, then you know you have trouble. There should be maximum width there all the way through the whole entire process, including right over here. You should see that flow rate of 300. You can hear the train loading it up. Oh, it's full. Yeah, it says it's pretty full. And see, this is the load side, and that's the unload side. So that's still unloading that, and we're probably going to need more trains and more storage to keep that oil going because we are producing a massive ton of oil. And that's really all I need to do is to have it go ahead and grab that resources and then run them back. I wonder if I'd make it if I landed in the water from here. I don't know. Let's run back this way, and we'll head back down to the hypertube. And head our way back. Now, see, that's kind of running itself now. I don't need to do anything to make that run. You can see that I have a hypertube here, and I have power run. But I actually don't need this power run anymore because the actual train itself, the train track, is running the power as part of the train track. So instead of running all of your lines separate like this, you don't have to do that anymore. You just run your power in your train tracks and then put your power wherever you need it. So that's how it goes. So how much oil you got? Not that much right now. Just started extracting. I don't know, about, 5,000, 2,500, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 oil, which is not a lot. That's just getting started. Believe me, I'm going to try to tap as many nodes as I can and try to bring them over, and then we'll get all of our stuff running. And again, this is like day 2, I think, of the oil, but we're going to run that stuff back. And really the most important thing is to get your structure of your factory down, like what you want to do. And there's 100 different ways of doing the same thing. And of course, I've played through 40 times, everybody. Literally, 1,000+ hours in the game. And that's without even trying that hard. I usually play the game like once a week. I try not to burn myself out on games that I really, really like. This is the only game I've ever given an 11 out of 10, and that's in early access, everybody. This game's not even out yet. Not even released. It's a truly exceptional game. I would highly suggest you give it a try. If you've not tried it, in fact, I bought it on Epic when it first came out to support them, and then I also recently bought it on Steam just so I would have it there as well. And now I'm playing on Steam right now. I prefer my stuff on Steam. That's just me. So there you go. Can you imagine how much your back would hurt after going around the curves in these hypertubes? Yeah, well, that's okay. They got you your impact suit. Now, in the early game, I typically do this. Now, if you're not familiar with what this is called in the game, everybody, this is called spaghetti. This is where you run your cables all over the place. You just make it a big old mess. And I do it also to trigger my chat because it's fun. But I always come back and let you guys know the more advanced way of building. And that is the way that I am building way up here at the top, where you're building in layers, as you can see. Actually, I'll go back down so you guys can see those layers again. You can see that I'm building in different production layers. I'm building more vertically than horizontally. Usually in the beginning, everybody is building in that horizontal fashion and not really building in a vertical way. And I suggest you kind of cut your teeth on that. You get an idea of how things work and what the ratios of your inputs and outputs are. And then once you get that down, you want to go ahead and head toward a more advanced build. Something that is kind of segmenting your stuff, and that you, instead of just having it go from iron ingots to this, to this, to that, that you have actually a storage of iron ingots, and you have a storage of your plates, and you have a storage of stuff, and you're doing more logistics and less kind of mini factoring. In the end game, you definitely need larger spaces. You need a lot bigger where you can keep expanding your stuff. And that's why you'll see that my oil production here is actually way away from my primary base. That's my primary base over there, and my oil is over here. Why is that? So I can continue to expand my oil in that direction as far as I really want to go, as much as I want to do over that way. And again, we've upped the power, but the power is not enough. And we need to know what ratio we're doing, right? So right now, it's extracting at 250, and it's bringing the oil over here. And I'm looking at whether it has excess oil still, right? So as it goes and gets it and brings it back, and it will tell you your different rates over here too. But what you really want to know is it draining this faster than it's filling it up? That's the simple way to look at the game, everybody. Now, you can go by the numbers and all that stuff, and that does help a lot. But you can simply just see if you have enough, right? Now, I can also tell you that these ones are full, right? So both of these pretty much are full, which means that I have way more than I'm using right now. And I can go ahead and make it where I add more, and so it's using more of that up. Now, the great thing about doing fluids in this game is the fluid is both a splitter and a merger. When you're doing items, you have to choose between a splitter and a merger, but when it comes to fluid, you can actually use it as both a splitter and a merger at the same time. So if I did want to add more power, I could easily do that by just adding additional piping and adding additional machinery, and which we'll do right now. So let's go back over here and let's go ahead and get some of our resources back here. I don't think I need this much plastic here. We'll go ahead and put that plastic away. Over there, and I forgot to grab that rubber while it's over there, but that's okay. We'll just do that. Put all that in there. Maybe grab a couple of those out of there. Now that I think about it, there we go. And then we want to tell it what we want to make, right? We want to go ahead and make some more fuel generators. So let's go ahead and click a few of those. And say we want to make 3 more fuel generators. Now it's going to put it over on the side over there. Give me kind of a bit of a to-do list, right? Now that's built for people like me who can't remember everybody. I've played through the game many times, and I can't tell you every single recipe for every single thing. I'm not going to be able to do that either. Not at my age, I'm not going to be able to remember all of that stuff. But it does tell me that I do need some rubber there, and I need some heavy modular frames and some computers. Now, currently, we're still in that stage where we're making our own heavy modular frames and our own computers at this point. And I would say if it's less than, say, 50 of them, you probably want to make them yourself, right? Because otherwise you're going to spend a lot of time fuddling around with creating all this infrastructure that you don't really need as well. I should have went down only one. Hold on, let's go back in. There we go. And so, again, got a battle. It's time for a stream avatar boss battle. Type !join and then make your choice between a warrior, priest, or mage in the chat. You only got so many seconds. Go! All right, you guys are off and running. Now, I'm making some screws over here, so I'm going to go ahead and grab some of these. Now, eventually, I want to go ahead and siphon these screws off and run them to where I'm at, way over there, and not have to run over here and grab them every time. So, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn our light on. We're going to create some overhead stuff here, maybe a little zooping in there. There we go. And then what we want to do is put basically a floor hole so that we can run this up and then run that over there so I don't have to keep coming over here. So we're definitely going to need them screws. Now, one of the things that I like to do is just kind of get a visual idea of where that wall hole will go. Somewhere like right there. Now, I can't put it there because a lot of times the thing is actually blocking my ability to put it down. But it gives me a general idea. I take it back out. I go ahead and do this. And now we're ready to go ahead and run that up into the floor hole. And there we go. Now we can run it back to our base. Now, since we're doing that one, we might as well do the rest of these at the same time. So we'll go ahead and run some more things across there. We'll get a general idea. I'm just going to take a guess here and see how we do. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. There we go. Now we got our rods going up there. And this one, I think, could use another row. Right here, same thing. Just back just a little bit. Let's say right there. And see how that looks. Yeah, a little bit further back. Let's say right there. And then we run that into there, and we're good to go. So now all 3 of those are now running to the upper level, and I don't have to come down here to grab it every single time. So let's go ahead and go to the upper level, and let's run it to our central base. One of the things I find very annoying about this game is the fact that it turns my light off every time I go into a hypertube. But it is unfinished, so I think we'll be fine. Now, normally I do these in order of production, but this time I think I'm just going to mix it up a little bit. We'll have some fun by just running into whatever we feel like doing in the moment as well. So we're going to go ahead and run this kind of further out, centered here like this. And then we'll go ahead and bring these up like so. It's going to let me. There we go. Oh, nope. Come on, you. These are very finicky. There we go. Very finicky to get these things to work. So I'm going to say, by looking at these things on the side right here, I can see how far up this is going to be. So let's say that one right there. And then right here. Same thing. Looking at the things on the side. And I usually set them on the item as when I'm doing these lifters. There we go. All right, something like that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put this next to this so that I can then bring this to there. Then this one is going to go at the bottom, and this one is going to go up above. And then this one here, same thing. Except we're going to go up 2 on this one. So this one is going to go at the bottom. We'll do the top one first. I always suggest you actually do the top ones first because that's going to make it way easier for what you're doing. But really the goal is not to have this. See that clipping? Depending on how you organize the way you run stuff is sometimes you'll end up with that clipping. And it doesn't matter which one goes where at this point. I just want them to end up in the boxes. So I'd be better off actually putting this in the middle one and then trying to take this one and running it into the lower edge like that. And then you don't have that clipping problem that you had before, right? So good to learn about all of that if you care about clipping like I do. And then the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and line these up right off these 3 right here. And then what I'm going to do is also line it up behind it. Your stackers are really great for lining stuff up. They're really going to help you a lot to line all that up with each other. So you want to go ahead and do some zooping right over here. Let's say right here. And then we'll try to get that lined up. And we'll take a look first before we go to do a whole bunch of them. We'll just take a look and see if that's at the right elevation. I can tell you it's kind of going down. So that means that we're probably up a little too high. And you can also just count it as well. But you can also use your visual clues to tell you how many up you want to go. So right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, these are all 4 high. How do I know? Because they're all the same height on that end. So that's going to tell me that's where that is. Now I'm going to use something called zooping, which is going to allow me to do multiple of them at the same time, which is pretty awesome. I'm also using my green lines to line it all up. And then I should have the ability to go ahead and just finish these off right into there very nicely. All right, good enough. Now what we need to do is we need to get these 3 to go nicely into these ones over here. And one of the things I suggest you do is you create a little center area, kind of what you're already doing, to center it off that middle one. And let's go up by 4. And I'm going to bring the top one to the top. I always like to prefer to do the top one. Now this is where I can control where I want them to go. Currently the top one right now is screws. And so I'll go ahead and put the screws over here on that side. And that's going to start running it into this box over here. So basically it's going to grab it from way over there and bring it over here and put it where I want it to go. The same thing over here. We're going to bring this one to the lower level. Then we'll pop up here and we'll take a look and see what that particular one is. It's plates. And then I'll say, okay, well, you know what? I want my plates to go over to that one. All right, looking good. And then the last one's going to be rods. I don't even need to look at it, because I know what I've got going there. And then this one's going to go straight through the middle. And again, watching for that clipping. Now, I just happen to know that when you're doing it that way and you're going one left, the top one left and the bottom one right, and then the middle one in the center, that they don't clip. That's a great trick to master, and that's a lot of practicing and seeing what does what when you're using it. But as you can see, they're perfectly running off a single input and not clipping through each other. And now it's bringing all of those resources over here to make it more convenient on me. Big time. Congrats on that win, by the way. Congrats on that gold right there. So now it's going to bring it to me, so I don't have to go and get it. And that's going to run until it fills all that up. Now, again, one of the things we do want to do is get over here and now make ourselves some computers. So we're going to let that run here for a little bit. And make ourselves 15 computers to make more fuel generators. Now, my goal is to make too many fuel generators. In fact, too many that actually makes it where I do not have enough oil. And that's what I want to see. I want to see when I start getting to a diminishing point where it starts turning my power off. When that happens, then that's when you know you got too many running at the same time. It's very easy. You just go ahead and cut one of them off. Or turn one of them off, and then, of course, see if it now is balanced, and so on and so forth. And that's how to do it without doing all the math. If you don't want to do the math, that's how you do it. Basically, trial and error. Do it that way. Or if you're more, that's kind of if you're more creative side, and if you're more analytical side, then, of course, you can figure out all the numbers and how much is coming in and how much it's using up on each one, and then figure out all the math of that. I am luckily a bit of both. I do love the critical thinking side, but I also love the creative side as well. So that's how I like to do it. That's how I like to do it. I have done it both ways, by the way. I've done it both by the numbers and then also by the creative way of doing it, as I like to call it. I even have like illustrations of how to do all of the splitting and do all of that stuff as well that I brought here on stream. I did it all in Illustrator and made my own little icons for everything. It was a lot of fun. We've done that in the past, but in this particular playthrough, we're going to be mainly focused. Oh, making way more than I need. Mainly focused on just progression. Progression, and then when to switch from your just kind of running it however you want to upscaling everything and building in the ability to expand later on. Now, you might notice that I don't build stuff all fancy. I don't build fancy buildings, and I'm not building giant power plants or, space museums or stuff like that. That's kind of more of a release thing, everybody. I don't do that stuff in early access games. I typically build for function, and then later on I do what I call mega building, where I build for fanciness, right? That's a much later playthrough for me anyway. All right, so we need some more steel pipes. Now, I can tell you we're not pumping our steel pipes over here. They're still way over on the other side, so we need to go get that going as well. So let's run over there and grab some more of those. Now, I like to keep laying around a whole bunch of my ability to craft stuff wherever I'm at. And I'll see as I take that out of the box, all of this other machinery over here is going to start up, and it's going to replace the ones that I'm using. And I find you typically only need one of these big boxes at any given time. Sometimes I do use the whole box when I'm doing a lot of building, but most of the time, usually one of the big boxes is enough of a backlog to keep your momentum going in the game. Unless you're playing it like 20 hours a day, then you probably need more than one. All right, we got that done, but again, we need more screws. So let's go ahead and head back. I guess we could grab some of these screws right here. We got some of these backlog. Grab some of those. And we'll pop back over here, and we'll get this going on. All right, yeah, we can make a bunch of these. Okay, so what we're trying to do right now is get 15 computers and 30 heavy modular frames to complete our 3 fuel generators, and then we're going to get those going on. Math Wizard, just turn it off until it works. Exactly. Exactly, it helps a lot. You play Dyson Spear? I have played Dyson Spear here on the stream. Really awesome game. I have not finished it yet, though. I was kind of waiting for it to develop a little bit further along since I've played it. Incredibly, exceptionally great game. I personally like Satisfactory a bit more. I feel it's a bit more my style of game. It's like, hey, Kismet, we're going to build a game just for you. What would you want? I'm like, this game? The game I've got. Now, of course, they can always improve upon it and add cool stuff to it. But I feel like the overall structure of the game and the way they have thought through the game is exceptionally great. And the thing that I think that comes along every now and again is like a new gold standard for that type of game. It might be something like The Witcher, right, which is a real gold standard in its genre. Things like, TIE Fighter and X-Wing back in the day, if you remember those, if you're an old school gamer like me, or other kind of legendary landmark games that came along. And this is one of those games for building games. And the reason why is because the building is the basis of everything that you're doing. And they've done an exceptional job. Case in point, the fact that I can go in and I can build something right over there, specifically. And I can build it there, or I can build it on top of that other one right there. Or I can run a hypertube from way over there to over here where I'm at. And you might be like, well, Kismet, everybody has that kind of building. Oh, no, they don't. As someone who's played literally tens of thousands of hours worth of games, everybody, I can tell you they certainly don't. You play some 7 Days to Die, guess what? You're going to be leaning off the side, trying to see the side of the thing so you can try to put a block in there. They've come up with a genius idea to solve that kind of leaning off the thing problem, and that's these little metal bars on the edge. If you aim toward the edge, it will actually assume that you want to go that way. If you aim toward that edge, it'll assume you want to go that way. If you aim toward the middle of it, it'll assume that you want to build upwards. You can also do zooping, which means you can do several items at the same time to reduce the overall tedium of making your things, because you're making huge stuff here in Satisfactory. So very, very brilliant, and that's just a small sample of the overall genius ideas they come up with the fluid and the hypertubes and the way the water works and the way the fluids work, and they've also added gases, and of course they added trains that just make everything that you want to do in a factory just that much more fun. And you can make it all like fancy smancy, or you can make it nuts and bolts on the ground, making it work. That's how I like to do it until I get into the final stages of the game. Then I start getting more fancy in there. All right, we've got our stuff that we need. Let's head out. Let's make some more. Have you ever played or live streamed Minecraft yet? Yes! Yes, I have played Minecraft, actually. I played it for the first time with my kids, I don't know, 5, 10 years ago. My kids were little then, and they bugged me for years, everybody, to play some Minecraft. And I said, okay, I'll buy everybody Minecraft. So I bought it on every platform. I mean, every platform. I'm talking on your phone, on the iPad, on the PS4, on the Xbox, on the Switch. I have it on PC. And then I set up a server for me and my kids to play together. And so we went in and we created a big old world. I created what I call the Sky Garden. It's way up high. And I thought, what would be the hardest thing to do in Minecraft? And that is to make something round. And you're like, well, kid, it's not that hard to make something round. Oh, yes, it is, because everything's made out of blocks. So to make something round would actually be very difficult, because the blocks would make it look pixelated, or it would have that kind of blocky edge, right? We call that pixelization in Photoshop. If you've been a graphic designer like I have for 30 years, you've seen way too much pixelization. So I figured out how to make a rounded dome, and then I put a cool pyramid on the front. Now, if you want to see that, you can actually go to my YouTube channel, and I'll put that on in the chat here. You can just follow that link right over there. Oh, thank you for the biddies, everybody. So go ahead and pop on over there to YouTube and search for Kismet Sky Garden. It'll come up and you'll see me and my kids playing for the very first time in Minecraft, or you just go Kismet Minecraft and search my channel for that as well. Very, very fun stuff. So Amy Buddy says, Kismet, I don't remember if you remember me, but I had popped up into your stream a while back and said your article helped me a lot with getting to know Twitch. Oh, that's awesome. You inspired me to keep trying for affiliate. Just want to let you know that I got affiliate. Oh, congrats. Hey, brother, getting that affiliate. Crushed it. Congrats on that. You totally inspired me to keep going. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you for coming in and letting me know, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. This is a tough job, everybody. Just so you know, if you want to be a streamer, you can make way more money as a Walmart greeter or a janitor, everybody. This is a tough business to be in, but it doesn't cost that much to start up. It's not like you're building up a manufacturing facility where you got to build a giant factory or something in real life. But it does take a lot of your time. It does take a lot of your effort and a lot of your passion to be a streamer. For sure. And I'm glad you enjoyed that. That's actually one of my most viral things I've ever done. It has like, I don't know, 500,000 or 750,000 views now Amazing. That was a big thing for Stream Elements too, who is one of my sponsors back in the day. And they said, "Do you want to write this article?" And I said, "Sure, I'll write an article," because I had just been affiliate like you, and then gone on to be a Twitch partner. And who knows? Maybe the next time you get to come in my chat, you'll be like, "Kismet, I made partner." There you go. Now, my advice is always the same. Remember that what you're doing is you're entertaining people. You're not just sitting here playing games, because they can go watch 1,000 other people. Why are they watching you play your games? Is it something you do like I do? I give people tips and ideas, suggestions, try to bring them a little joy and positivity into their day, give them a little boost in their real life as well. That's what I try to do. What is the focus of your stream? What is the purpose of it? Not just to play games, because believe me, there are 1,000 other people doing that same game at the same time, usually. Especially if you're going to do something that's a huge category like Fortnite or something like that. Why are they watching you? Are you like the best at Fortnite? Are you the best with a certain weapon? Are you the best at, working together as a team or calling shots or things like that? I would find what your specific thing is, and then just put all your love and passion and effort into that thing. Of course, make sure to balance it with your real life. Keep your real life going as well. That's what I try to do. And it does come at the detriment of my stream, by the way. It absolutely does. I could be sitting here streaming 12, 16 hours a day and be way more successful if I was doing that. But it comes at a cost of my health, my physical health, my mental health, and then also at my family health as well. And I'm not willing to sacrifice any of those, ever. I'm not willing to sacrifice my health for sure, as well as my family, and then also my mental health as well. That's why people get burned out and I don't. That's why people get burned out on games and I don't. I don't overdo it. When you overdo it, that is the thing that's going to get you every time. And I'm old enough to know that I normally would overdo it. I know that about myself, that I would want to get every single node in this game, and I want to run every single node back, and I want to have max production of every single element I can find on the entire game, and cut down every single tree, and kill every single mob everywhere. I'm that guy. I'm that gamer, everybody. I'm that one who would take it to the ultimate extreme if I had enough time. But I don't, so I'm not. I'm finding a good balance between all of those things. You would play Minecraft again? Good thing. A Minecraft server for the Teamwork Tycoons? I actually had one. I had one a while ago for a lot of peeps, and we had lots of fun on it. I might just do that. I don't know. If enough people want to be in on it, I could definitely hit my awesome server peeps up. They got some servers, by the way. Nitrado has some servers that have literally like 5,000 people playing Minecraft at the same time. That's pretty cool, bro. And that's some mega servers right there. That's some people really going to it. All right, so let's go ahead and skip this row we got going here. We're going to skip over to here. And what I'm going to do is hold down Control. Now, Control is going to allow me to line this up across here, so I don't have to do any more aligning. I can just go ahead and bring my pipe down and keep going. Right, so we're going to go ahead and keep going this way. Now, I will talk about and show you basically how to do it this way, which is the, just kind of doing it off the seat of your pants, and then also the more economical way of where you're doing it by the numbers. I do like to help peeps who are both creative side thinking and logical side thinking as well. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run this down, and I'm going to try to run it down as far as I can. But I always find that what happens, you're going to run out of room. It's going to say pipe is too long. Now, one of my best tips is do not put that thing, which is a thing that's connected to the ground, in front of the input of it. You want to run it as far as you can. So you're using the minimum amount of these things, like that. But you want to make sure that you do have the ability to add your connector there, or your splitter there, or your merger. It's actually called a cross junction. Right here, and they also did make it where you can snap it now, so you got the green line. It's pretty awesome. You can just snap that right in there, and then go over here, same thing, snap that in there, and then back to this one, and there we go. So now we can go ahead and just run those into there, nice and easy peasy, like that. And then our final segment here, we're going to do something pretty fun. Now, later on in the game, after you've either played through one time, or maybe you just want to get fancy, you want to start working on how can I do a perfect 90-degree turn. Well, it has to do with twos, everybody. You line it up where it's in the center, and then you move it back 1, and then 2, like that. And then what you'll do is you get a perfect 90 right out the corner there. And it works with just about anything. It depends on what it is you're running, but typically with pipes and with your conveyor belts, it works pretty well. So then you're not only making it functional, but you're also making it aesthetically pleasing when you're working on it as well. Now, another thing I could do right here, and eventually I will do it, is to go in and actually run all of this piping underground. Or under the foundations here. They'll be underneath there. You won't even see them. All you'll see is these machines. Now, why is that necessary? Well, one, it cleans up your whole look of your factory, but also what it does is it gives you a throughput. So you don't have to do this all the time. Jump up on the thing and get over the thing and get past the stuff. That's why you see me run these up, so they're not in my way when I'm getting around. Now, you want to make sure that you take the player aspect in there as well, of you getting around your factory and doing that. Now, a lot of things like these power here, I'm not really going to come over here all that often. I'm only going to use it when I need to get it going. Now, one of the things we need to look at and see if our things are running. If we look up here, we can see that there's no smoke coming out here, but there is smoke coming out over on this one. And that tells us that something's causing this not to work. Another thing that we can look at is up here on the top. You can see there's a little green thing. Oh, and see how it went off? That means that it doesn't have enough stuff to keep it going. And you'll see it go back green again. There we go. And that means that right there is converting my fluids and then running those fluids into the awesome sink. Or my excess fluids. So over here, what we need to do to make this work is we need to go ahead and connect it to a single power source like this. And once you run that power line, you'll see that now that it has some fuel, it'll just go ahead and start up like that. And then we need to connect it into our central power grid. So we'll go ahead and run it over here. And now we've got those connected. Now, I'm a big fan of connecting all of these together and then connecting that together with the main power. I also suggest having two separate grids. One grid, which is your power grid and everything that it takes to keep that power going, like your coal, like your water, all of those things that keep your power going, and also your transport systems, like your trains and your hypertubes, all of that on one power system. And then have all of your factory items that are making plates and things like that on another power system that you could very easily turn off at any point in which you actually max out the power, and now you got to go work on your oil and it's really far away. Well, guess what? How are you going to fix that? Well, you just turn the power off on your factory side. You go ahead and flip the power switch back on. Everything turns back on again now, and you can use your hypertubes to go over there and fix or add more power so that you don't have that problem. I suggest get started on that very early in the game, though you can always come back and revamp it like I'm doing right now. You can also color things different colors. I typically will do my transports and power systems in the base color, and then eventually come back and do other colors and stuff like that for, say, my hypertubes, like a purple for the hypertubes, and then, say, a green for production, whatever you feel like doing. It's really creating your own color system, whatever you want to do. Okay, so that's running in here as well. Now let's run over here and do something that's going to help us in the long run, because the next time I log in, I'm going to forget what my numbers are again. And so let's try to make it where we don't forget those numbers. We can simply get ourselves a sign. Oh, I don't have any of my crystal stuff with me. Let's go get some of that. I can put up a sign on this side which tells me how much of my oil that I'm currently extracting on the other side as well. But we need some stuff to make some signs, so we're going to get it going. You and Roars would play. Well, there you go. Yeah, there's so many games that I want to play, but I just physically don't have enough time. There's a really, and we touch on a lot of them every now and again. We will do a bunch of learn to plays on games that have come out recently, or maybe it's something you guys suggested. Even if it came out years ago, I still take a look at it, and I'll put it on my list to rotate into the stream at some point. But again, I just physically don't have enough time in the day to play every single game all the way through. Some people are hardcore streamers in that way. They'll, people like Code Carnage, they'll go in and they'll play, 12 hours a day, 2 sessions, maybe 16 hours a day, and they'll play every single day for years on end, and they'll play all the way through the game, and then they'll play all the way through the next game. I rarely actually ever finish a game because I get to a point with a certain game and I'm like, all right, I feel like I crushed this. I go, ooh, new shiny game. And then I'll end up playing that. But I do have my staples that I do like to play. And those include Satisfactory, Astroneers, of course, the Fallout series as well. And I'm really liking Raft right now. We're having a great time as a crew in Raft. We play that on Saturdays at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, so we came back to get our stuff for our crystals. Let's head back down. Let's go like this. Whee! Oh, I bumped the thing. Whoop. Let's do the old jump down technique. There we go. Now, again, all of this stuff needs to be run over there. Now, again, I sometimes work on logistics earlier. Sometimes I work on them later. I try to do different stuff each time so that I can see what is the optimal way of doing whatever it is I want to do. And again, we're trying to do some signs here, so we need some of our crystal stuff here. So our crystals are running into here. We're making some silica here, which we're going to need a bunch of that later. And you can see that I am making some crystal here. And then also I have some Nobilis here. Do I have some on me? I do. All right, awesome. Nobilis are basically bombs that go boom. Bombs that go boom, everybody. As opposed to the ones that don't go boom. They go bum, 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 bum. Fail. They have different types of bombs now. Even a nuke now they have in the game, which is pretty cool. And as someone who's a big Fallout fan, I was like, oh, they got nukes. Neato. We'll unlock all of that as we go along. Try that again. Back up we go. Yeah, they are a bit dangerous. That's funny. I was watching Snoot doing it. He was like hiding behind the thing, and he was like throwing it. He was hiding behind the thing, trying not to get killed. He's throwing that nuke out there. That was funny. He's a community manager, by the way, for Coffee Stain Studios for Satisfactory. Funny guy, I think. I like both the community managers. Sometimes just, certain companies have awesome community managers, and sometimes they're like, not so good. Satisfactory has the best. I'm telling you, those guys are awesome. Those guys are awesome. Okay, we got that going. We're doing our side. That's what I do. The hardest thing for me is remembering what the heck I was doing in the moment I was doing it. I'm easily distracted. All right, let's get this display sign. I don't think I've ever tried to put it on the side of a train station. We can put it on the ground. I don't know if I've ever tried to attach it to the actual train station itself. I would say that's a no. Doesn't seem to attach there. Let's go up this ladder and see what we can do. Attach it up here to the side. No, oh man. All right, no signs there, but that's okay. We can just go ahead and put a sign right here at the end, and we can say, right now, shenanigans. Right there. That always makes me think of Snossages. Snossages. That one commercial a long time ago. All right, let's go ahead and say 240 oil right there. And that's going to let me remember. Now, one of the hardest things in the game is remembering what your inputs and outputs and throughputs are. And I highly suggest that you start using these labels as quick as possible. And you can see, look, it's taking it out of there. And it's going to go ahead and put it in here. Let's watch it put it in. See how it didn't go all the way down? That's telling me that it's bringing through more than what I'm using. Once the train starts going, it says, "Hey, you already got 2,400 in there." Even though this thing is not all the way at the top, that happens, everybody. That doesn't show you it's all the way at the top. You already got 2,400 in there. I can't load anything else in there. Now I'll show you a great trick for that. That you want to go ahead and try to run this out as quickly as you can and try to get that out of there. Now, again, the more we add, the more trouble we're going to run into later on. The reason why is if we look at the input of this, right now it's doing 12. If we look at the input of that, and it's doing 12 in, right? And then we take how many we have. We have 6. And then I use Suri, because Suri is sitting there doing nothing, so she might as well do some of my math for me. Hey, Suri. You listening? Hey, Suri. What's 12 times 6?
12 times 6 is 72.
72. So, all right. So, I've got 240 oil being produced. And then I have a 72 used on fuel, right? So 72 oil is being used up in my fuel production, right? And so I can go ahead and put a little reminder there as well. So how much fuel am I producing is the question, right? Because this is not oil, this is fuel, right? Because you have to take the oil and refine it into fuel right over here. How much fuel am I producing? I'm producing 40 fuel, and I need 72. So that's not going to work, right? That math does not work out, and that is how you do it by the numbers. You figure out how much you need to have at the end, and then you start to work your way backwards, or you can work your way forward as well. As a graphic designer, I know that it is always way more efficient and more things get right at the end if you start at the end. You start at the end result. What is the end result? I want to have 25 oil plants. Okay, 25 oil plants times 12. I need this much fuel. Okay, now to produce this much fuel, how much oil do I need? Oh, I need this much oil. Okay, to get this much oil, how many raw oil things do I need to go and tap into to bring it over, right? Say I need 480 crude oil. Well, guess what? I've only got 240 going right now. That means I'm going to need another node, right? I'm going to need to bring that in. Or maybe I could go in and just overclock the current node that I have and then use that. Or do I need to add more trains? Do I need to add that? It always works out easier that way if you do start from the end and work your way backwards. Though you can go forward as well. You can say, I have 240 oil. What can I do with 240 oil? You can do that as well. I always prefer at the end and then work your way backwards in this case. And that's what I'm doing right now. So what I need to do is I need to produce twice as much as I'm doing now. So basically I'm going to need 120 crude oil versus the 60 that I'm using. Now I'm also using some of the oil over here on this other stuff. Over here I'm using 30. And then over here, I'm using an additional 30. So if you take 30 and 30, that's 60. And then 60 from over there, that's 120. Right? So now we're using that other side of the brain, the less creative side of the brain, and the more number side of the brain. This is also using 30 over here. So again, we've got 120 plus the 30. That's 150 oil we're using out of the 240 that we're producing. Now, we do have a bunch of extra right now, so we can go beyond that limit. But we're just going to try to stay within that limit right now. So what I really need to do is add another one of these. I just need to add one more, and then that will produce enough fuel to keep all of my stuff running. Now, it just so happens that they're running right now. There's one that's not running. They're running right now because I had a backlog. I had a bit of a backlog, but the fact now that I don't is causing an instability now in my power. You do not want an instability in your power. It's going to trip you up every single time and make your life way more difficult. So if we look over here, you can see that line, the gray line, is going doing one of those, right? So you definitely want to go in and manage that. Am I a rocket scientist? No, I am a graphic designer and an artist, and I have done that for 30 years. For sure. Unless you're being facetious, in which, watch out, because my mods are going to ban you. Don't make that happen. I hate banning people, everybody. I really do. But some people, they start getting disrespectful in the chat. I don't mess around. I'm 52 years old, everybody. I don't screw around. If you start being disrespectful, I just ban you. Boom. Bye. Gone. Plenty more places to be disrespectful at. So there we go. I also discovered the hard way that you can detonate an obelisk if you hit And with the Zeno Blaster, yes, yes. Watch out for that. That is not good. Or I would imagine if you hit it with anything that would cause it to be volatile and blow up in your face as well. Okay, so we got that going. Now we need to come back over here and we need to get some more of the stuff that we need to run this. Over here at the refinery, we need some more of our motors. And I need to go down here and try to figure out where I had those motors. Again, I really want to bring them up here so they'll all be all nice and organized and I can grab them in a more organized way. Oh, okay, I guess we're going all the way down there. Little lag got me there. That happens. Up we go. I always should have a backup plan. Now again, hiding down here in all this spaghetti is a whole bunch of different materials that I'm producing. Right there, we've got some raw ore over there in case I need it. I've got some frames there. I believe over here somewhere we've got some other stuff running. Oh, this is all of our original stuff there. Up here we are running some plates, I believe that was, into here, or making something. Who knows what we were making? Stators, that's what it was. And a whole bunch of stuff here. This all needs to be taken out because that's no longer functional. But these stators are all being put in, and then, of course, stators and rotors together make your motors, which we made a bunch over here that we could use. Now, I'd probably just take a bunch of them at this point, so I don't have to walk all the way back and forth and try to remember where the heck I was doing those before. And you can go through and make different factories and make labels for each factory and make roads and put little road things on it and all of that kind of fun stuff if you want to as well. All right, and then we'll go ahead and just randomly put this in one of these boxes. We can always come back and organize it however we want later. I'm just going to go ahead and just throw it right in here, so if I'm looking for them in the future, I'll know exactly where they are. And we'll slowly do that. We'll slowly move more resources into one central space as we go, but I want to go ahead and fix up my my power here, which is basically going to double my current oil power. And of course, we'll scale this up to an incredibly huge degree eventually. But I mean, those things will be going for days, like we've done before in the past. I mean, if you've ever seen me play and do oil, I literally have like 30 or 40 or 50 of these things running at the same time. But we want to solve this oil problem right now. Now, one of the problems with the big machinery is you can't cut into the clearance of other things. Like right now, our oil right here is blocking our ability to put this down, but if we push it forward, we can go ahead and get that in. Now, one of the things that I would do in this situation, because it's a little awkward in there, I would probably take this out. But this is full of oil right now, so we might want to burn that up a little bit first, and then go from there. So let's go back to our oil set here. You can see here that we have a pipe going off that's running all of this stuff as well. So I'm first going to run this pipe right here, but I'm going to go ahead and line it up, make it nice first. Something like that, and then back by 2. And then we'll get our nice 90 in there, like that. Then we'll go ahead and split this in both directions. And then we'll run 1 over there. Oh, and of course I ran out of resources. You're constantly running out of something at any given moment. Because no matter how big your inventory is, it's never big enough, I find. So we're heading back. Oh, wrong button. What is it I press to get that to come up? Tab, Alt, Shift Tab to get that to come up. Sometimes I bump it with my other finger while I'm holding down Shift and W to run forward. Okay, now it distracted me from what I was doing. More copper rod thingies. This way. Right over here. All right, there we go. We got a bunch of them. All right, those will start back up as well. Now, sometimes the problem is to be able to get back and fix the power before it shuts all the power off. Because you're using too much power, and then when you're fooling around with your power, it turns everything off, including your hypertubes. Which is why, if you are going to mess with your power, it's good to have the ability to turn off your factory while you're working on your power if you're going to dip below that level. This allows you to get back to your factory and all of that and get around to fix up your power. Kind of feel like I want to move this back as well, so let's go ahead and just take this out. So I don't have to keep running all the way to the end there. There we go. And let's just go ahead and move this back. Right to there. And we'll get our hypertube. Oh, no, this is a pipe. That's a pipe support. We need a hypertube support. There we go. Right there, into there. And then we'll put our entrance back in. We'll connect our power. I'm gonna have to grab it from over here. Back in there, and there we go. It just kind of shortened it a little bit since I'm working on this side now and not on the train anymore. And there's our train too. Perfect timing. All right, so again, back over here, we've got now more stuff so we can run our pipes. Run those over there. And this is going to go ahead and split that. Now, the maximum amount of oil it's going to be able to produce is 300 in these particular pipes. That's its maximum flow through. But you can also upgrade them to 600, which obviously doubles the ability to run them. So I'm not going to do too much stuff with it until I have that ability, because then I will then base it on that 600 number, because that's as fast as you could possibly run those particular fuels. Okay, so we got that in there, and now we want to go ahead again, draw some power over here, and link our power together with any other power that we have running. Let's see, we're running some power. Oh man, our power needs to be redone eventually too. But let's go ahead and see where I want to run this power. I just run it over here with the rest of everything. We'll just go ahead and run it right there. And then this one is full here, so actually the smart thing for me to do is to chain back this power to this one, and then from that one chain it over to there. And then of course this right here will get its power from the stuff that we're using over that way. Okay, now we just need to tell it what to do as well. So we're going to tell it to produce some fuel, and now it's going to actually output some resin as well. So what's going to happen is it's going to start bringing that crude oil in there and get that fired up. Let's make sure that is actually working. No, it's not, because it's backwards. And that'll happen, everybody. Sometimes you're going a little fast and you don't realize that it's the wrong way. That's why I don't do a lot of infrastructure, do like 15 of them in a row until I'm sure that I got the first one right. Like that. There we go. Get that first one right first, and then you start adding all that other infrastructure. Okay, there we go. Fuel there. And then here's what we want to do on this one is simply take the output of this over here, and we'll add our conveyor lift up there. And then we'll go ahead and run this into the system of the rest of this. And what it's going to do is it's going to run the rest of that residuals into our awesome sink. Like that. See? And then that residual will go in there, it'll grind it up, and I'll get tickets from it. Now you can't actually feed it back in the system. You can use that, reuse that thing, and use your numbers to do it. I find it's just way easier, management-wise, to just run it in the awesome sink. And plus it also gets you more tickets so you can unlock stuff in the awesome shop. So great use of that. If you so desire, you can also feed it back in. There's also an aluminum process, same kind of thing, feeding it back in. You can see I'm also bringing some items down the line here, which is your petroleum coke, which is a byproduct of producing some of your plastics and things like that, plastics and rubber that you can produce. So, all right, we got that going. Now, the other thing that we want to do is we want to tie this one into this right here so that we're having all of that fuel go down the line here. So we'll go ahead and go there. we'll go ahead and add. Let's see if it's going to let us do that. Not going to let us do that there. So here's what we'll do. We'll take that out and then see if it lets us get in there like that. There we go. And then we'll take this and we'll run it right there. And then what's going to happen is the output of this is going to start opening up, and then now we're going to have more fuel. So instead of producing 40 fuel, now we're going to be producing 80 fuel, right? And that's what we need. We need about 72, which is basically 80 is what you need. Now, say I add another one, right? Say I add another one down the line. Well, if I add another one, that's going to take another 12, and I'm producing 80 now, so 80 plus what we're producing now. I mean, 72 plus 12 would be 84. So that would be too much still. So if I added one more, it would be 84, and I'd have to add another refiner, and then I could add more, and so on and so forth, as long as I had the raw resources to produce enough fuel. Now, one of the things that happens also is what's called overflow, where when you're bringing in one pipe or one conveyor at a time, and I'm going to turn the sound off here for a second so I don't talk over it. What's going to happen is it's going to go into the first one, and it's going to fill up the first one. And then it's going to fill up the second one, and then the third one, and then the fourth one, and so on and so forth. And the one at the end is going to be the one with the least amount, because it's the one with the most diminished amount at the end. So it might have trouble having enough, and you'll see it turning on and off. And you'll see that it's getting very little amount at the end here, versus getting slightly bigger and slightly bigger the further we go in this direction, like this. Now, also, it needs time to spin up, and you'll start to see it separate a little bit more as it goes. And as those fill up, these ones here at the end will start to expand, because now those are filled up. It's putting less into those and more into the main pipe, which is going to run to these. So you do have a kind of a spin up time that you want to let this run until it gets up to 80. And then it can push that 80 fuel out, and then it should balance it between all of them eventually. But you do need to have that time. And I like to have a little bit of extra, like I have, I need 72 and I'm producing 80. That means I'm going to end up with some extra fuel at the end. Now, what we can do is we can take that extra fuel and we can go ahead and just put it in a storage at the end, and it will backlog over time, which becomes kind of a backup for what we're doing. Now, we can also go over here, because I need a little bit of plastic. I just wait for some plastic to come down the line. Oh, there was up. Wait for some plastic to come down the line and try to grab it. Like that. There we go. And we'll also go in here to organization. We'll click this, and we'll see how many more we need. There we go. Exactly 30. All right. Very nice. And I strongly suggest, if you are producing excess, just so you're not wasting that excess, because eventually it will fill up. All of these will get filled, and you'll have that little bit of excess that you could be backlogging for future expansion, or just as a safety measure as well. So I'm definitely going to run that into there. And that will backlog that little bit of extra fuel each time. And then slowly, over a long period of time, it'll actually fill this thing entirely up. And then say if I lose power at some point, I turn the power back on, this actually will flow back down into all of my power plants. So really, a really useful backlog. Now, you can also put it, you don't have to put it at the end. I could have put it here in the center if I wanted to, which is actually a better place for it, because if it does need that, it'll actually go out and split it center-wise versus coming from all the way to that end and then all the way to the other end. And again, there's 1,000 different ways of doing the same thing, but I'm just going to go with that for now. We'll let that run for a bit and try to catch up there. Now, when these are firing on all cylinders, we should have gained about 450 more power overall. But we want to see that gray line, not doing this whole up and down loop-de-loop stuff. We want to see that gray line going nice and solid, straight across all of the time. We definitely don't want to see dips like that, because it will mess us up in the long run. And so we'll let it run for a while, and we'll see if it catches up. If it doesn't catch up, if it doesn't produce enough to keep it going, then there's something we need to look into. Either we're getting more oil, refining more oil, making more fuel, whatever it is we need to do to get it where all of that stuff is running in a very consistent basis, for sure. So we'll let that run for a little while. I think I'm going to take a quick break here, and we're going to come back and work a bit more on our setup as well, work a bit more on all of this, and start to be thinking about overclocking as well, going and overclocking all of our nodes, upgrading all of our water production, and also all of our coal production, bring our coal production up, bring our water production up to the higher level. This way we can have all of our stuff, our power plants and all that stuff up on the highest level, and we can manage them up there, as well as a bunch of water storage that we could put down below. We can run all of our lines underneath to all of our coal plants and things like that. Do a lot of that kind of fun work on our overall power. But for right now, let's go ahead and take a quick break, let you guys enjoy some of my AFK highlights, and I shall be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back ready to rock and roll. Let's do it. Let's get back to some Satisfactory. Hope you guys like that little AFK highlight interlude. I like to get up every now and again, every hour or two, and walk around and do my thing. I'm enjoying my awesome sponsor, Lucid Sound. A big love to them. These are the greatest headphones ever, everybody. At least the greatest headphones I've ever had. I love the volume control. That's probably my favorite thing in the headphones, other than the fact that it also gets rid of most of the noise, like say 75% of the noise it gets rid of. But my wife can still walk up to me and tap me on the shoulder and say, hey, you know, the house is on fire or something like that. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I hope you guys are also keeping safe. If you're in Florida or if you have fled Florida, stay safe, everybody. There's some scary stuff going on right now. I hope you all are keeping safe. Look after each other. Don't worry about my little stream. Just go do what you got to do to stay safe, all right? Yeah, do what you got to do. Okay, let's get into it here. What else do we want to build here? I think we're okay for this right now. I think we need to start thinking about overclocking our stuff at this point. So we might have to go on quite the journey. Let's go think about that. About overclocking our coal, overclocking all of our nodes. Now, before I add more nodes, I've basically one of everything running right now. But before I add more nodes, what I want to do is I want to utilize the nodes fully that I already have. Now, the problem with that, press the right buttons here. The problem with that is that I don't have all the stuff that I really want or need to unlocked yet. Right, so we still got some pipeline stuff we want to unlock. We need a bunch of heavy modular frames and so on. Now, we've added a bit of power so that we can start working on those things, so we can start working on our heavy modular frames and all of that stuff. And I'm simply just going to create a little temporary thing out here to take a look. We need to get some more of our plastic over here. Oh, I gotta turn my sound back up. There we go. As well. And more heavy modular frames. We need heavy modular frames to make heavy modular frames. That's what I like about this game, is that it does, you know, it does make you do the thing first before you go and do the next part of it. It's very well balanced in that way, that you have to do the thing to do the thing. What else we need? We need more heavy modular frames. Let's head down. Hey, TARDIS, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Sorry I wasn't there for some 76 earlier. Twitch decided to not work. And I wasted like an hour of my time thinking it was on my end, because you know things are always going off the rails here in the stream. So I wasted like an hour and a half just trying to figure it out, trying to fix it. I thought it was on my end. I thought it was my OBS not working. And then finally I'm like, you know what? I better go see if it's actually a Twitch problem. Next time I'm going to do that first. And I went up there and checked the Twitch status, and yep, Twitch was offline for all the new peeps who wanted to get on there. Peeps who were already on there, they were styling, but peeps who weren't, who couldn't get on there, could not actually get onto their Twitch accounts, which really sucked, because I was sitting here ready to go. I was here like, you know, an hour early, ready to fire up the stream. Yes, they finally did get it working. Yes, they actually got it working around 5 or 6, I think it was. I can actually look at my little thing because I was looking at the Twitch app. Let's go see. They got it done. Let's see, 6 hours ago. So let's say around 6 p.m. Roughly. So yeah, around 6 p.m. So basically it was offline, or cost me about 5 hours. 5 hours of my stream. But that's a scary thing, man. I don't know if some peeps going to get fired over that. But, you know, you don't want the Twitch servers to be down too long. Because, again, it's cutting into people's things. And they might have events planned or sponsored events going on. I saw a few people comment that they had sponsored events going on or they were doing subathons. Turn my mic off so I don't sneeze in your guys' ear. And stuff like that. So that was really screwing them over when it came to that because, you know, people got events planned and that can really throw off those events. So I'm glad that they finally did get it going on. All right, what do we need? We need some screws, we need some modular frames, some steel pipes, and encased industrial beams. Well, I happen to know where most of these are being produced or where they're going. And they're down here in the lower part, way down there. So it's probably best to go over that way and see if we can tap into what we've got right now and utilize that. And I don't know what it is when I'm playing games, everybody, but it just seems to always be nighttime when I'm playing games. It's like 5 minutes of daytime and about 4 hours of nighttime. I don't know, it's just maybe just in my head. All right, so we've got those, and then this I think was plastic. I think this is making the circuit boards for the computers. Yes, so we got to tie our copper sheets over here, and we got to tie that plastic over here. So let's see if we can run some more spaghetti here just to get it going. Like that. And then we'll make a room out here maybe for a manufacturer. That'll be good enough. Let's say right there. We'll try to shoot for a computer. So circuit board, that's the easy one. That's right here. So run that back up. We don't have enough of our other thing, but that's okay. We happen to be making that right over here. Okay. Let's actually run it out of the top here. And we probably want to run this back a little bit so we can get our other inputs in there fairly easy. And we probably want to lift this up as well. Just to get it up off the ground so we don't have to keep jumping over it over and over again. There we go. So that's number one. And we need all 4 items in there. Probably plastic's the toughest thing, but cable and screws, we do have those nearby. And let's actually let this start going by tying it into some power. We can find some random open power. Very rarely do I have open power as well. But we can do a little trick here. We can put this here. Take this out. Run this to this one, and then this one back to that one. There we go. What that's going to allow it to do is start to feed those circuit boards in there when it does have some. Now, I just happen to have a bunch on me, so I'm just going to throw them in there for now. And we'll see them going down the line there. Very nice. And again, the other thing that we need is some cable, plastic, and screws. All right. Now, cables is fairly easy. We were running some cable over this way. Now what we can do is either go to the box and run it back from the box, or we can just go ahead and split it at some point, run it upwards, and run some serious spaghetti across here. Now when you're running your belts all willy-nilly like this, I highly suggest against it in the long run, but in the short run, do whatever you need to do. That's what I say. Do whatever you need to do to get that thing where it's supposed to go. And, you know, hey, if you can make it not clip as well, hey, all the better. So we're going to bring it around here. Maybe something like this. Maybe around this way. I don't know. I'm just making this kind of wind through here. Probably a good idea also to put a stacker on here. Let's get that going. We're certainly going to need our stackers later on. Okay, and then we'll take this one and we'll put it in way right there, into that first one. Now what that's going to do is run that cable down, but also it's going to start to spin up my cable production since the other box was full, so it had stopped the cable production. But now this is going to start it back up again, and it's going to go ahead and feed those in there. Now is it going to go at its full speed? I seriously doubt it. Also, what I can do is take the stuff that's on me and start to feed that in there so the computers start to produce. And I also want to go ahead. Good startup, so cool. I want to go ahead and have an output for somewhere where it can go. So like into this box right here, make me some computers. All right, what else do we need? We need to get our plastic and our screws over here. So let's see if we've got any screw production that's on the lower level here. I think I was running some screws over here for some rotor production, which my rotors are maxed out right now, so I'd probably be just fine to go in and make a little split here. Make a output there, and then take this and oh, hey-o. And then try to run this without getting stuck in there. Over this way. Run that up. Good enough. Feel like that's gonna clip. Yep, it's clipping. If it clips, I go, nope, no clipping. And we'll run that over there. Now, one of the things we could do is we could go ahead and run it basically into some boxes and just put a whole bunch of it in the boxes. But the problem with doing that is that eventually it's going to run out, and then you're going to have to manage it on top of that. Now, I just happen to know that we do have a bunch of plastic that we are running to our top boxes up here. So we're going to go ahead and utilize some of that plastic. Right over here. And then what I can do is go ahead and try to run that plastic down, say into a floor hole here. What I wanted to do is to go downwards, and we did learn that we can toggle the mode, so it does say that it's going in now instead of out, which is awesome, by the way. Very, very awesome. All right, a little too close there. Let's try that again. This time we'll go ahead and just put it outwards. See if we can get that to come around. Nope, too close. Too close. All right, let's push it out a little bit. There we go. All right, so now it's going to come out of there, and that's going to go down into the ground. Right there to our other level. And then we can just continue to run it downwards. See, where's that at? That's kind of a couple in along that back line there. Yeah, let's give it a guess of that. If you didn't know, you can actually run it from one floor hole into another floor hole, which is cool. Very, very useful. No, bottom level. There we go. All right, now this one I haven't run all the way out, so we'll go ahead. Oh, we need more concrete. Again, always running out of something. Let's grab a bunch of that. And put a little bit of that back. Down one. Zooping is the best. I love that zooping. All right. All right, very nice. Okay, now what we're going to do is just go ahead and tap in here. That one's coming out of there. And then we'll just go ahead and just run it. Now they do have things where you can run it through the walls, which I really like. But I'm just going to go ahead and utilize some serious spaghetti. What am I running out of? Nothing. And then we'll run this right to here. And sometimes you're in the mood for spaghetti. And there we go. A little clipping there, but I think we'll be fine. All right, all the rest of that over here. And now you've got everything you need to do to create a whole bunch of computers. Now all you need is time. And you can just let this run. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just let this run either on the server, which runs 24/7, or mega server, or I will just let it run on my local computer. I really like running on the server because the server actually gives you the power of time. So we could have resources being backlogged like all week long, even though we're not even in the game or we're not even playing, which is really awesome. And that's really what I'm waiting for them to do. When they get the server version upgraded and they get that where it's more stable, where I'm not, having bugs on it as much, then I'll probably switch back over to the server. We'll make another playthrough there eventually. But for right now, we want to go ahead and just let this do its thing. Now, I also, over here, need some additional resources. Over here, we need our copper sheets. And over here, we also need some plastic. And since we have our plastic running through right here, if we go up here to the top, we can see it's the top one. We can go ahead and try to, let's get over here. And then split that off and run some of that also into there. There we go. Alrighty. And let's see. We're running that. We're running this out. We've got our wire in there. We need to tap in a little bit of these copper sheets. Now remember, I'm going to be taking all of this down and redoing all of this. But in the moment, if you want to just get those going so you can let them run, doing the spaghetti way is a great way to do it. But what can happen over time, though, is that you start to run into a lot of trouble trying to keep this going. Because you just start blocking yourself. This is in the way when you run it that way. This is in the way when you run it that way. And then when you try to expand later on, you have some big troubles. As well. Big trouble in Little China. Don't have enough thingies. I gotta get more thingies. There we go. Now what that's going to do is also get my production going over here, which is the circuit boards, because I'm eventually going to run out of them. So now everything that's supposed to be in there is now being run by the factory itself. And I highly suggest before you get into that to make sure that you do have all of your power squared away. As you can see right here that I am now producing or consuming about 1200 power. So we've gone up from about 900 to 1200, so a whole lot of power. As well as you can see my max consumption now is also at the amount, or actually higher than my amount of power that I'm producing. So I'm producing 2100 power, and I'm using, if I had everything turned on, 2130. But the way that I manage my power is that I have it build a certain amount of stuff, and then I have it turn off automatically, because it'll fill up the box, it'll fill up the conveyor belt, it'll then fill up the machine, and it will just keep backlogging all the way back to the original raw resource, and then it will turn it off when it's not in use, when you don't need to make more of that particular resource. But this is going to go ahead and crank out a bunch of computers for us, and that's what we wanted to do, so we'll have a lot of those. And then I'll probably just let it run over the weekend, and we'll backlog some. Or I'm very tempted to get onto my server and see how the server's working now, and then maybe move this playthrough over to the server, in which I go ahead and move it over there, and we'll use the power of time to do it. And I start over a lot, everybody, because, you know, sometimes they come out with a new update, or sometimes they come out with a new patch, or the server wasn't working when we first started doing the experimental playthrough. But that power of time is so incredibly powerful, so incredibly useful to what you're doing, that using a server is very, very important. So you don't have to let your own personal machine run and run and run. Though you could totally do that, and which I'm going to be doing on this particular playthrough, because this is on my local machine. Okay. So, we got all that done. We got our computers going. Now we need to go ahead and think about heavy modular frames. So I need some plastic, and I need more heavy modular frames. How convenient. And I could probably grab some of these computers, because those are going to help me as well. So let's go ahead and see what we need. We need more modular frames. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that, love. Thank you for coming in, hanging out. I bet you it's the same person who did that before. I think that's in poor taste. And that's an instant ban in my channel. An instant ban, bro. Bye-bye. I don't know what it is with some people's fascination also to go around and tell you who has died that day. Hey, did you know so-and-so died? Do you know such and such died? That kind of thing. I have a lot of people who do that. I think it's a little macabre to do that kind of thing. But that also will be an insta ban if you make an account that has to do with someone's death. I think that's an a-hole thing to do. That means that you've got way too much time on your hands, and you need to use your skills for something better than wasting your time doing that. Obviously, you have enough skills to be able to do what you just did, but sadly, not enough self-control to not do it. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. There we go. All right. And again, thanks everybody for coming in, showing the love. Let's go ahead and keep on a rocket here. All right, we got that stuff going. We got all this stuff running. We needed some more of our frames. That's what we need. Let's see if I can remember where those are. Those are on the other side. Spaghetti all over the place up in here.
Hello.
Hey, K-Man Mox, what up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Gotta click some buttons and flip some switches over here. There we go. Yeah, let's get to it. Makes me want to take all that out. Looking for frames. That's what I'm doing. Framey frames. There we go. Back up we go. Was I looking for it over here? Oh, I'm looking for the for our manufacturer. Let's make that bigger. There we go. And then we'll make some more heavy modular frames. And we'll grab some plastic while we're here. This to-do thing really does help a lot. Whoever thought of that over there at the Peeps, at Coffee Stain, excellent job. Okay. Let's head back down here, and let's also see what heavy modular frames take. So you can just go like this, and you can actually just look up a recipe, any recipe you want, like heavy modular frames, and it will tell you what it is that you need. And now that I know what I need from my manufacturer, I can go ahead and clear that. And then again, I can go in, say heavy modular frames, like this. I can click on it, and I can actually add it to the to-do list, and it will tell me exactly what I need to put in the machine as well. And that's really, really useful. So I'm going to need some steel pipe, and I've got that on this side. I've got some encased industrial beams. I could tap into some of these screws, but the modular frames are way the heck over on that side. So we'll just run it over here, and then we'll know both of these will be over here by the same place. And again, we wanted to make sure that we run some power first before we work on this kind of next stage. And so let's go ahead. Actually, we could probably move this more over on this side. Let's do something like this. I'll put these up nice and high. We'll tie this into the power. We'll tell it what we want to do, heavy modular frames. And then we need steel pipes and encased industrial beams. Let's start with those. So steel pipes are being produced right over here. And we've got a line coming through there right now. So again, we're just going to make a big old mess here. Let's make some more mess. I know how you guys love that spaghetti. And we're going to put extra pasta sauce on it today. This really triggers my chat, everybody. It's really fun. I just do it to mess with my chat. But I suggest that you eventually master not doing this. I should have brought that out just a little bit more. I'll show you a great little trick with this too. Let's bring it out a little bit more. Then we can bring that up. And then we can do this. We can go ahead and run this. Yeah, it's out just a little too much now. A little bit further back. Fine tune that. And it's going to hit that one no matter what. Let's run it over here. Let's do it this way. All right, now we got spaghetti going. Oh. All right, steel pipes in, encased industrial beams. Too far. Put that down there. All right. What are we on to next is going to be screws. So we'll tap into some of these screws coming through here. I think we have those up on the top. Yeah, screws right there. And this is not how to do this, everybody. This is the exact wrong way to do this. But just kind of showing you guys what happens when you just do it willy-nilly in the moment. when you should really take the extra time to figure out the logistics. And wait till we come back and we revamp all this. It's going to be great. But again, sometimes, you know, you only have so much time to play and you only have so much time to do stuff, like me. So you want to try to get in there and get this stuff where it needs to be. And see, this one's actually going up and also being fed already that way. So we could go ahead and just run this across. Maybe into there. Yeah, let's do something like that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just tap this one. Bring that down. Went the wrong way. Wrong way. All right, try that again. Let's bring it way down. There we go. Still clipping there, but I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it for right now. Run that through there. Up that way. And we are making a big old mess. All right, now we're producing the two things that we really need to be working on right now. A lot of heavy modular frames and a lot of computers. Because those are the things we need to progress to the next level. We've also got a bunch of other stuff that we're going to need to produce to do that as well. So let's go ahead and put another one of these over here. We're just going to kind of turn it toward us here. Like that. Maybe put a little thing at the end so we can see what's inside it. Oh, a little too close. Too close. Okay, it's going to do its thing. It's going to produce some heavy modular frames. Now, is it doing it the most efficient way? Does it look really good? No. This is just functional, just getting it to work to make you the things to help you clean up all this mess. So I need these computers to help me clean up all this mess here, right? And I need those heavy modular frames to do the same thing. And what I'm really doing is just trying to forward myself in the game so I can get to a point where I am have the higher end production going, the aluminum. And when you get to aluminum, then you can combine a lot of these things together. Combine a lot of these belts together that you may have been splitting and splitting up into different belts. And plus, they're going to go so much faster than this little. Look at this deal here. Oh my gosh, so slow. Let's give it a little boost. Boom. Going so fast that you can barely see it. Running through there. Same thing over here. Let's go, bro. Boom. Let's go. Not that it's going to make this go any faster. It's still going to go at 30 per minute. But it's going to get over there a little faster. And I feel like at a certain point, don't even worry about the numbers of your belt. Just make the belts go as fast as you can because you're going to have plenty of resources to make it do it. Especially if you have belts that are running really long distances. So you can speed that over to wherever you need it to be. We'll do that eventually with our trains, and we'll use our trains to run things like our coal power and all of our other stuff that we have running all over the place here. Or in this case, we also have our copper coming from down below. We'll work on all of that to make that faster. Like right now, I could make this faster if I had more stuff. You get the general idea. All right, we'll let that stuff do its thing for a while. We'll go grab some more of these encased industrial beams before it clears them all out of here. Grab a couple of those. There we go. Okay. So all that stuff is doing the stuff that it needs to do. All right. Now, what is the next thing we should probably be working on? We should probably be working on our next upgrades. And I'm always thinking toward the next upgrade. What we're doing with the computers and the manufacturers there is toward the next upgrade on our hub. Because we're going to need a bunch of those to get our pipelines here. So we have enough plastic, we have enough rubber. We just need a bunch of heavy modular frames. We also need to be thinking about overclocking to be able to produce more as well. We've got the ability, we need 50 fabric in there, jetpack and some fuel. We can go grab some fuel over there as well. Yeah, maybe grab some fuel or produce some fuel over there as well for that. Really want to get all this stuff going. Let's work on gas mask first. So first let's start with the rubber. On this side, we probably need to offload some of this. Let's just go down here. Come on. There we go. And put a lot of this concrete away for right now. We'll have some nearby if we run out. And again, we need rubber. Get a couple stacks of that. Put the small stack back. And now we can also go in here and clear this. Over here. And we need fabric. Now, I'm not sure how much of this we have, but we can go ahead and give it a try. Do we have any fabric in there already? I don't see it. I also see we got a bunch of resources in here. Get all those resources out of there. This is just like the random stuff that you find, like wood and all of that stuff in there. I don't like to have resources in there because I like to use those resources for other things. We do have some power slugs in there that we can use as well. So let's utilize all of that stuff. And let's see how much stuff we can make here. Where is that? Huh. We not unlock it in this playthrough? No, it's right there. Fabric. Alright, and we also need some biomass. Alright, we can make 21, but we don't have enough room to make 21. Let's drop this silica stuff in here. There we go. Now we're going to need 50, so this is not going to be enough, so we're going to have to go look for some. Okay, oh, we definitely need more biomass. We got more. Oh, did I not get biomass? What did I got? Oh, I grabbed sulfur. Grabbed the wrong thing. Guess there's no more biomass in there. Wow, that's weird that I used that up. Usually I have a ton of biomass laying around. Got wood and stuff in there that I could be utilizing. Put this back and those into there. All right. And we gotta make some biomass. Now we might as well turn this all into biomass because we're gonna need it for when we do get it eventually. Still kicking despite the hurricane's attempt to change that. Oh, be safe, K-Man Mox. I like how if you're holding the nuts in a hand slot, when you pick up more, it automatically stacks. Yes. So they thought through all of that stuff, and that's why I love this game so much. Is because they thought through all that annoying stuff that some other games have that they don't have in their game. Like it auto stacks, you can sort, you can combine things. It automatically figures all of that stuff out for you and then does it for you, which is awesome. All right, jetpack as well. Again, we got to make ourselves some packaged fuel. Let's work on that this way. feel like I want to add a gap here. All right, now allow us to plug that in and plug this in. This way I can add a gap when I want to go just to the end part here where I'm making my fuel. Makes it a lot easier. Now I'm out of plates. Always out of something. But no worries, we brought our plates a bit closer, so that makes it a lot easier. We don't have to run all the way over to get the plates anymore. They're right here. I don't seem to ever have enough of anything to get that going on, or enough room in my inventory. Let's not put those in there. Let's put these over here. I don't need that many of those on me right now. There we go. And let's get those plates before we forget. There we go. And every time I pull something from those boxes, that's another line that has to start up and then produce more of that particular thing. So as you'll see, it'll start creeping up and up and up. The more I'm working with the stuff in the factory, the more it will, that power requirement will go up. Okie dokie. Now, what we should do is we should have a little bit of extra. See how we've got that extra backlog? And the fact that we have that little bit of extra backlog means that it is working. Now, what we want to do is go ahead and do some packaging right here. And we want to run our thing from here into there. And then we want to do some packaged fuel. We'll go ahead and try again to connect this power. There we go. And that should now get some fuel. Now it's also going to need an empty canister. So we're going to need to make a few of those. We're going to need plastic for that. I'm just going to feed some plastic in there to get it started. And then we're going to go ahead and run those under there. We actually have plastic going down the line here, which we can tap into as well. Like that. And then we only need a little bit. It's not like we need a whole lot of it right now because I'm not really using the fuel. So we'll just go ahead and line that up, run that out into there, and then see how we're doing here. How's our fuel doing? So 40 fuel per minute. I don't think it can make it up there, or is it not making it up there? Kind of feel like I might need another pump on the other end. Right here. Alright, use that pump to push it all the way down to the end. And there we go. It's starting to push that fuel in now. It's not enough fuel though. So what we'll do temporarily is we're going to disable some of our power. And our power's looking fine. We'll turn that one off. And we'll turn that one off. And what that's going to do is leave a bit more excess for it to run and hopefully eventually get into here. We could also have put it earlier in the process as well. What its overall head lift is. Let's go look. We got that connected. We do. See, it looks like it's full here into there, but it's like when it comes out over here, it doesn't seem like it's really pumping it in there at a fast enough rate. Let's get number 3 here as well. Cut that one off. Let's go look at our head lift. Barely any. I'll take this out. There's something funky there. We got to figure out what it is. Fuel. Fuel. Huh. There it goes. All right. It filled it up a bit there. Now it's going to produce 40 per minute. That's about as much as I need. Yeah, it's not running it. Not running it at the speed that I would like to see it. Let's go ahead and add a pump here. Give it a little extra oomph. Man, these wires are getting out of control. There it goes. All right, that's better. Yeah, so the pipe way in the back was not enough to get it to pump up in there. I knew something felt weird there. All right, and that's going to make a bunch of these. And I forgot how many of those we needed. I think it was like 50. We'll let that run for a little bit, and we'll come back. Getting it going on. Okay, what else can we do while we're waiting for that? We could go get some more of that stuff. We need 50 fuel, that was right. We need plastic and we need heavy modular frames. We got those running. We also have our phase 3 stuff way up there in the corner, which we need to get done. Let's go ahead and open that up. This is an engine. Our modular engine here. Let's add that. So we need rubber, motor, rubber, and smart plating. And then we're going to need to know what smart plating is. So let's go ahead, put that down, and oh, wrong one. Nope, it's the assembler. There we go. And then smart plating, which will need reinforced iron plates and rotors. And we know where those are at. Those are down there. Ah. Got me again. Oh, they're offline. Weird, these are not even connected. Must have removed the power from there somehow. Let's backtrack it from over here. There we go. All of those will get back to business. We're going this way. Make that go a little faster. Okay, now we already have some production over here where we had stuff being produced into here. So what we'll go ahead and do is just kind of switch this around again to whatever we need it to be. So we got rotors going down there into motors. And again, we need smart plating, motors, and rubber. So let's use this last one here. Get rid of all of this. Hold down that control key or just press the control key. Take all that stuff out. Okay, now anything that has 3 or more, you know it's going to be a manufacturer. So we'll want to go ahead and make one of those. And manufacturer. We need 5 more of that, which means we need more screws. Or we can just run over here and see what we've produced so far. Alright, 29 of those, not bad. And then over here at the computers, we've got 50 computers there. So yeah, way faster than what we can make it as. And that's going to help us make all of this stuff over here. All right. Manufacturer. Okay. Let's make our modular engine. So motors, rubber, and smart plating. So first we'll take our motors from over here, and you know what we'll do is we'll go ahead and lift these up. Run that way. Motors, good to go. Rubber and smart plating. So now we have to make one of these make smart plating. Let's do this one. So we'll say smart plating. So we need reinforced iron plate and rotors. And we can see there's some rotors right there. So we'll divert those out of there. And we'll divert that into the top one. We'll take this stuff out for right now. Like that. Okay, and then we'll tell it to take this off. And this, and that, and this thing. And we'll run the end result of this one back over here into that one. All right, we need our reinforced iron plates. Not sure if they're actually running here somewhere. Nope, not on that side.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Oh my God, she's getting creepy again. Creeps me out every time. Without fail. Alright. Where is our... I think this is our... Yeah, that's our line right there. Going to that box. And this box is probably full. Alright, there we go. Alright, well screw it. We'll just do this. Again, we're just trying to get this stuff going. So we don't have to fool around with it. Let's just run that down right there and see what we got going in this box. Nothing going on in that box. Turn that off. Because that's supposed to be steel pipes. Why is this one not just splitting from this one?
Harvest it.
No! You're so creepy! Why you gotta be so creepy, girl? Oh, I can see there's some going right there. That came out of there and is going in here. This one's supposed to be steel pipes as well. Take that out. Take that out for later. Okay, so that's coming across, going to there. And we need this to go over this way into there. Alright, man, we clipping, and we even doing a lot of clipping today too. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, but we're gonna get it going on. Now we probably have some smart plating laying around somewhere, I'm sure, right here, that we can just go ahead and fast track some of this with. So we're just gonna go ahead and put some of that in. We're just gonna go ahead and start our power going as well. Tap that in. Get that feeding that in, and then now we just need the rubber. What a mess. What a big, big mess, yeah. Ah, out of encased industrial beams. We're getting to it little by little. little too steep, huh? Ah, dropping resources. No. Don't do it. I hate these boxes. No. And now we're just starting to make a big old mess, everybody. We're back to making a mess. As we're just trying to get this queued up. There it goes. See, it's starting up. All right. Right there. I feel like since we've gotten that to the point in which we want it to run, we'll go ahead and jump down on these boxes. We'll check it. And now that's making modular engines. Awesome. Take this out, and then we'll run this output into there. It needs to make 500 of those. We've already got the other ones done, the versatile framework. So it's going to crank away on those. And it does have more than what it needs. I kind of feel like at this point we're good on all this stuff. We do need to make ourselves some of these adaptive control units as well. But we do need to put a lot of processes in place to get that going. I feel like we should try the server out again. Huh. I feel like we'll let that run right there. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. Getting there. We'll save that as getting there. And let's see if we can get back onto the server here. Create game. Oh, I have the server offline right now. Hold on. Let me work on that for a second. Over here. Let's check them servers. And we'll see if the early access server is working better. So we'll reinstall the server for the early access version. And we'll see if we can get the server going kind of in tandem as well. Yeah, they added a lot of stuff to Minecraft as well. I see they added the world update there as well. So one of the cool things about Nitrado is I can go to my control panel over here and I can get it going. Oh, I got to remind them to re-up my servers too. I see that over there as well. Let me go remind them of that. I'm gonna forget, and then you guys will be like, Kismet, the B Rising and the 7 Days to Die servers aren't working. I don't want that to happen, because we do have 2 free servers, by the way. If you do want to use those, you're welcome to go ahead and play V Rising with my crew on the V Rising server, and then also we have the 7 Days to Die server. Those are running 24/7. You can jump on there anytime you want and utilize those servers as well. Let me go ahead and I'm going to reinstall this server, and then we'll come back and see if we get a little bit of time on it. Let's see. I got to get to... Oh, they're already off. Oh, my bad. They actually are off right now, and nobody told me. I was out sick, and I forgot to re-up them. Nobody told me. Sometimes I forget, everybody. I get obviously sidetracked by being in the ER twice this week. Or really last week. There we go. Yeah, so I'm going to have to wait for him to get back to me, and then we'll get that going. Now I'm glad I looked at it. So we'll have them re-up that, and then we'll come back and we'll work on switching that over to the early access version. I should probably... I'm going to have to switch out of this version to get into that version as well. Because on Steam, you go in and you go into properties, and then you tell it here under betas, you can go experimental or you can turn off experimental. So I'll turn off the experimental version, and then we'll see how the server's doing. But for right now, we'll go ahead and stay on here. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you only got like 137 hours in Satisfactory. No, that's not even close. I do have a lot of hours because I played it on the Epic Game Store, everybody. That's just since I switched over here, which is like, I don't know, a month ago or so. That's a lot of hours in a month for me anyway, considering I'm only playing it once a week. Or in a couple months. All right, let's go ahead and work on our boosts as well. We want to go back this way. Going up. All right, let's convert these peeps into power shards. All right. Now we got 4 of them that we can utilize later on. Do we got any sitting around? I think we used the ones that we had. We should run over to our coal plant over here and take a look at what it's doing. Always turning my light off. It's annoying. It's like a power saver or something that you don't even want. Keeps turning my light off every time I go to a through a hypertube. I gotta build me a hypertube over this way. Now sometimes these mobs respawn out here, so look out. Yeah, this is only going 240 right now. Are these all upgraded? Yeah, these are all upgraded to Mark 3s. And we could probably upgrade these to Mark 4s. We have enough. Well, we'll give it a go. Now, this will be one of the first ones that I upgraded, but I held down Control and it put all 3 of them in there. And then I'm just going to crank that like that. And then what I'm going to do is upgrade the belts as I'm going along. Like this. Make sure I don't miss any along the way. Otherwise, the slowest belt is going to be how fast it goes. Now, what this does is it actually doubles up my coal production. I'm not even using all the coal right now. But that means I can do double of whatever I'm doing right now. Double the power. Double the... coal power, double the steel production. I'm just following its line here. Oh, I'm out of stuff. Alright, there we go. And we doubled it all the way down. We're looking good there. And we're running that way over there for some reason. Why are we running that way over there? I have already forgotten. for something. I think for Novelist, right? Yep, Novelist. Okay, cool. I'm cool with that. What up, Sue? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Look at that. 1 year, 11 months, and 7 days. You're crushing it. Thanks for that long time follow, love. Appreciate it. We're making some spaghetti today, everybody. I'm just fooling around making it do all the work for me. Now, I also feel like now that's in early access, I might start over again. You're like, Kismet again? Yeah, I feel like I want to try out the old Power of Time. Because me running my machine all the time, it's better if I just let the server run. If we can have that ability. And I love a new playthrough. And I see every time I play through, I think, man, I could have done it this way. I really want to try it that way next time. I could try it this way or that way or the other way, right? And really just try it different ways until you get kind of a rhythm down. Okay, so we got that going. Waiting for them to get back on my servers. Over here. We'll refresh and see if they've got that done. I don't even know if they're awake. Though they are, some of them are in Germany, so you never know. That's true. I'd have to switch it onto the server, though. And I could switch to a single player on there and load it all onto the server and stuff like that. I typically don't like to do that. I don't like to use old saves with new builds. I find like you're just asking for questions because it's still under development. You're just asking for problems, not questions. You're asking for problems whenever you're using old saves. So I typically just start with a new save. And I could build this back up like it's nothing, everybody. I only play 1 day a week. And I could probably build this up in two game sessions of, say, 5 hours and redo all of this. In fact, probably even better than what I've got right now. One of the fun things is to test yourself to do it better next time and to innovate on the way that you're building your factory. I mean, learn from other people as well as to learn from your own mistakes in what you're doing. And the server has a bigger power than my single-player game does. And again, the power of time. So I can just let it run and run and run, and it will make a massive amount of resources while I'm not even in the game. That's awesome. That's an incredibly powerful thing. And then also, it doesn't cost me any power to run my computer. They're running their computer over at the server hub. Which is why Nitrado is the best, everybody. Instead of letting it run on your machine, go get your own server. In fact, save some money using my code, Kismet, right there, and hook yourself up with an epic server, whether you're playing Minecraft or Ark, or maybe you're playing Satisfactory here, or Astroneer, or whatever it is you're playing. Maybe some Valheim. That's a great game as well. Feel free to go snatch you up. They got just servers for just about everything, everybody. That is for sure. For sure. So yeah, it looked like this was up 7 days ago. So hopefully they get back. Oh, they're typing to me right now. I see they're typing. Oh, it says all my servers are up, and there we go. It just updated live right there. All right, trying to press some buttons and flip some switches over here. Right there. All right, they got it fixed. All right, cool. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and pop into the server. We're going to have it install. One of the cool things, too, is if you decide, like, you're playing, 7 Days to Die, and then all of a sudden you want to play another game, you can just reinstall another game at any time. So if you have a server and you play a certain game, you can tell it to switch to a different game. Like, I'm actually going to tell it to switch to a different version of of Satisfactory here from the experimental branch to the regular branch. I'm going to uninstall the experimental branch here. All right, it's going to work on that while I try to hunt down the other branch. Satisfactory, where are you hiding? There it is right there. All right. So it's going to uninstall that. I need to stop my server too. All right. Now, one of the cool things is, too, when you're playing the game, you can just let this run. And it's just going to be running while I'm doing other things. I'm waiting for the server to shut down. And I'm one of those people I like to uninstall before I install. Just so I don't have any problems. Though it would probably just wipe it anyway. But I'm that type of person. We'll wait for that to shut down. All right, what else could we be doing while we're waiting on this particular playthrough? We can go up top. Let's go up top. We go down to go up. Down to go up. All right, there we go. All right, uninstall. Do your thing, buddy. That's running. Let's go out here and ride the train a little bit while we're waiting. All right. And then we'll tell it to install the new Satisfactory. There we go. Install that. That's going to do that. And we'll ride the train. I want my little train emote that they have in Astroneer that I just got yesterday. Got a little train emote where I'm whoop whoop in the game. It's really fun. Fun stuff. All right. We'll wait for our train to come back while we're waiting for this app to run. That's going to install the early access version. Maybe we'll spend about an hour getting that prepped and ready so that we can let it run when we're not even online. I'd love to get to coal power, but I seriously doubt we're going to get that done tonight. But we're going to try. Now, again, I do have a doctor's appointment early in the morning, so I do want to make sure that I don't spend too much time, because that's what happens when you start a new playthrough, everybody. You get all wrapped up. I know I do. You're like, oh, I want to do this one more thing and this one more thing. We want to make sure that that we get it started, but not miss my appointment, because I've already pushed it back so many times now. I shouldn't have pushed it back. I wouldn't have ended up in the. I think I would have been better off and not end up in the ER twice had I went to that appointment. They would have figured out why I wasn't breathing. Hopefully. See if it's emptying it out now. Oh, I forgot to turn my power back on. It just dawned on me too. I bet you it's still full. Yep, still full. Still starting up over there. Oh, we're gonna ride the train. Let's get on the train. There we go. Whoop whoop. Train's cool every time. I've done it so many times, everybody, and it's cool every single time. All right. Okay, server says it's up and rocking. Usually takes a bit for it to actually get it queued up and going. But we'll go ahead and save again right here. I wonder what happens if you save in the middle of a train ride and then you come back. I would imagine you end up on the train thing. All right, let's go back to the main menu to get out of there. And we're going to go ahead and swap our versions of Satisfactory here. And let's see if we get another one going here. All right, we're going to go to Properties. We're going to go Betas. We're going to go to None. We're going to say OK. We're going to tell it to uninstall this Satisfactory. I don't know if you have to really uninstall it. You probably are just fine to leave it in there, but I'm going to uninstall it anyway. And then reinstall. Now, the cool thing about having fiber optics, everybody, it's going to download like 7 gigs in just a few minutes. Look at it go. Right there. It's already downloaded about 200 megs right there. So that's going to take a minute for that to do its thing. And I feel like while we're waiting, we can play some solitaire, but we can also check in on Vault 52. So let's do that while we got a couple minutes. Let's do a quick little check-in. Get some of our Vault 52 time in. All right, we'll turn our sound back on. And enter the vault. Let's do it. Now, this is a game called Fallout Shelter, everybody. It's a little side game that we play. We're just going to go in here and click a bunch of stuff. We're just going to click a bunch of stuff to forward all of my little dwellers here. And then we're going to go back to Satisfactory here in just a second. Oh, Mysterious Stranger literally right in front of my cursor. Nice. Those guys are maxed out. What do you need, lady? What do you need? You need perception. Oh, okay. I'll switch you with strength. What do you need? You need strength too. I'll switch you. What do you need? Strength. All right. We'll try to switch some people around to make sure they're not just standing in there doing nothing. Hey, the guy finished with strength there. Let's switch that person with this person. Right there. Those people are maxed out too. Now I like to have all my people who aren't really doing anything getting maxed out. And then these are all my mega dwellers here. And I could really probably decommission a lot more of these people and put in a lot more mega dwellers right now. Because I literally have 500,000 caps up there. I could be training a lot more peeps. And I could be upgrading these rooms to make them go faster. But I'm not like coming in and out of here every hour. So it's really not necessary for me to upgrade them. I can just let them run. What do we need here? She's got... she needs to work on her agility eventually. But let's put her down here. Oh, she already has max endurance. She needs charisma. Or something else. Alright, let's put her over here somewhere. She got max there. She got max strength. She doesn't have max intelligence, so let's put her over there. Alright. Now, I'm not going to do any questing or anything like that. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of organize everybody here. He could use some luck. Put him up here in the luck room. What about you? Oh my gosh, look at him. He's almost done. Let's put him in the intelligence room. Where's my intelligence room? Down there. All right, we'll try to swap out some of these peeps. Actually, I'm gonna put you. Come here, you. I'll put you in the luck room. That person that's coming up there is probably gonna already be maxed in that. Yeah, put you back in strength. More luck. All right, let's put all these people in luck. That's something real easy that they don't have. Oh, he's already got luck. That they don't all have maxed out. So maxed out there. Maxed. Swamp intelligence. Let's see how that goes. This guy's maxed in strength. He could use some luck. Throw him in luck. This guy's just wandering around in there. Let's make some outfits. Oh, I can make some legendaries. Ooh, I could be making some power armor. Let's go see what we got. We got XO1 right here. Or we can do level 7 wasteland gear. With that endurance gear. You know what? I would rather have that. Let's get that. And then up here, weapons-wise... Oh, we can make legendary weapons, too. Nice! Maybe. Let's unlock these. We can make that one. Alright, unlocking a lot of weapons. Again, we're waiting for the Satisfactory to install. We're going to see what we can make here. 1317 is the best legendary weapon we can make. Let's go look at our rares. Flip that the other way. Oh, this way. 1718 is what we can make there. So this actually is a better build right there. So we'll let that run. And this guy probably needs some luck. He does. All right, let's put him in luck. All right, anybody else? This guy needs a level up. I think we're good. All right, let's bring all these peeps in. We're going to sell all the common items and then collect. Sell, collect, sell. Oh, but now we got too much stuff. Too much stuff. We need to bring these guys in and just let them sit here in the vault. These are my questing peeps. Get them in the vault as quick as possible. We need to clear out some loot here. I'm just going to go ahead and clear all of these weapons. And we'll set it at 14. This one we'll get rid of. Technically, we'll get rid of that one. All right, outfits. Not a +5. It's got to go. Looking good there. What do we have? Like 40 of magnifying glasses. Sell all. Sell all. I hate selling duct tape, but we're gonna get plenty more. What my problem is, sometimes I save too much of this stuff. Look at this wonder glue. We got like 70 of those. Let's truncate those way down. And then shovels, same thing. Way down. Yeah, good enough. Good enough for now. All right, collect, sell items, collect, sell items. Okay, now we got a bunch of people in the wasteland that we want to get going as well. We want to get all of these people in a room. Let's get them over there. Ah, Death Claws. Death Claws tripping me up, slowing me down. All right, let's see how we do. There's one already dead. right, now they're really in trouble. We're about to go into this room. I have, a lot of these people have some of my top weapons. There's a guy down. There we go. Deathclaw's taken care of. Okie dokie. Now we good. Now I gotta find all the people who are wandering around doing nothing now. See? I gotta find Ro here, who's wandering around, who I didn't get a chance to put into a room. Let's throw him in endurance while he's waiting. Sam here as well. Ah. And endurance right there. All right, now they're at least they're all doing something. Okay, let's go ahead and check in on our. Oh, there's an update. Or is it still? Why is it not downloading? Download. Did it stop? It must have stopped downloading when I launched the other game. Oh, that's a bummer. If I go back over here, does it stop downloading? That was weird. Why did I stop downloading in the background? Cost me some time there. Well, we'll let it run. We'll keep going. Probably when I launched Fallout Shelter, it stopped doing its thing. All right, let's. We'll do that here in a second. Well, now we'll probably end up doing that because we got to go. Now, these guys have been out there for a day, real life day, by the way. 1 day and 7 hours. They've been out there for a while. They're just going to keep on rocking it. We're going to let them go. They still got like 18 stem packs, so they're going to be out there for another couple days. Now, this is how my current longest running vault. It's over 2,000 real life days it's been running. It just goes for like 3, 4, 5 days. They go out to the thing, and I don't even need to touch the vault. And then I come back in like 5 days, and I tell them to come back. And then I come back in 5 more days, and then I tell them to give me the loot. And then I send them back out to the wasteland, and I just repeat that process. So you can get to a point where you're barely even checking in on your vault. But you can be doing a lot of your quests and your achievements and trying to get all of the various rare items and things like that. That's fun as well. So let's also get our quest people back out into the doing some questing. So let's go ahead and go by dweller name. Let's do this. And let's see. They're all... Akia needs to be healed. I just want to get him healed up. Right now, there's AMZ. Ready to do some questing. Boss Excoder needs a heal. Alright, we're good. Then we're going to get you out to do some questing. Oh, wrong button. Right there. Let's get you guys all back out there. What do we got? 1 of 7. We were doing this one. 2 of 7. Let's do this one. And so we'll get Dragon Overlord, Akia, Gerald in there, out of alphabetical order there, though. And we'll go ahead and send him with 10 Radaways, and we'll just start that quest. And then again, what do we got? We've been doing headshots. They're still working on that. And they've arrived to do this red rocket one. So let's do this one. Uncover operate. Oh wait, we gotta have military fatigues for that one. We'll skip that one. Let's see. Any other of these that we were working on? Let's just do this level 5. Or level 12, I mean. Level 12 one. Let's go. All these peeps are level 50 and 31 there. Alright, level 10. Or 10 of those, and then start. Alright, we'll let those run. We'll check anybody else needs a level up or needs something clicked. I think we're good there. Alright, how are we doing on our Satisfactory back here? Alright, now we're ready. Okay. That's good enough. Oh, we'll wait for them to run out of the vault first. Alright, all of them are off and running. And we'll come back and do that one later. And we'll run those out. Now, normally I would take all of my various different peeps and run them back out to the wasteland. But I think we're doing just fine. We'll go ahead and do that. We actually have room for 2 peeps down here. So we might grab a couple of our peeps that we normally run back out to the wasteland and let them sit in there. Any other room anywhere else? We got room here in this agility room. We'll throw somebody in there as well. All right, we'll wait for them to run down there. This way, when I'm out of the vault, they will start to level up that particular skill as well. And we can go ahead and try to see if our Satisfactory server is working again. All right, I think that's good enough. Let's get out of here before another event happens. Save main menu. All right, we're out. Okie dokie, let's go ahead and play Satisfactory, the early release version, or the early access version. We were playing the experimental version before, but again, I felt like, well, we should probably switch over to the server since we're going to be getting into the high-end stuff, and that stuff takes a while to get going. So let's see how fast we can get through the tiers. So we're going to go to Server Manager here. We're going to go Mega Server. We're going to have to go in and do probably some putting in the server stuff again, so I'll probably have to bring up my backdrop for all of that stuff. I'm just going to remove the server, and I'm going to re-add back in my server, as I'm sure the IP is probably rotated since the last time I tried it. Oh, and I don't have my number lock on, because that sucks when that happens. And then down here. Let's go with that. I gotta do all the stuff. All right, I think I got it working. All right, let's try it. Boop, there we go. So what I did is I went in and I claimed the server. I called the server whatever I wanted to call it, Satisfactory Tycoon server. I put in a bunch of stuff in there, and I called it something different than my other server, so it would have a new thing. And I'm the administrator of it, of course. So we're going to get it going again. Now, I'm very tempted to try some other areas, but we are going to do the grasslands right here, and we're going to say Tycoon Mega HQ. Let's do that. Enable to join this game server once it's done loading. Yes, let's do that. And we're going to create that game. All right. Now, of course, this is still under development. I think the servers are more under development than the actual game is. So keep that in mind. Now, sometimes it says you're not connected to the server, but it will actually log us into the server anyway. Now, I'm going to leave the server so that no one else can log into it other than me. So we're going to get into it right now. There's some other settings I can go back in and change here in a minute. I'm going to need to remember to do that. But I'm going to go ahead and make sure that it loads in first. And then I'll probably go back to the main page and adjust some of those server settings. And there we go. Now, one of the things that it does do when you do a server, you'll notice that if you go to your inventory, that you already have a bunch of stuff in your inventory and you're already done with the landings thing that you normally do when you are playing in the normal version, right? So the server version just skips all of that and just drops you directly into the world. We can see that we have our hub and we have a bunch of portable miners already ready to go. So it gives you a little bit of a boost to get started because it kind of skips you past those first steps of learning a bit of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back out to the main menu here. Probably should save my game. Or it will automatically save. Let me just go out to the main menu. It's on the server. It'll automatically save. See, I always print it. Ready, Overseer. There you go. Sent you out. All right, back to Server Manager here. We're going to click on this. Just in case it says something I don't want it to say, I'm going to hide it for a second here. And I'm going to go to the server settings here. All right. All right. And there are some server settings right here. All right, I think that's fine to show that. Okay, right over here. Now, what's going to happen here is to save the game when a player disconnects, pause the game when no players are connected. I don't want it to pause. I want it to keep going, so I'm going to turn that off. Really important to turn that off. Otherwise, you're just like waiting for it to run. You come back in and you got no extra resources. So the game should always continuously run. So we're going to go back over here and we're going to jump back in. And then now, whatever I do, even if I'm not in the actual server, the server will run 24/7, and we'll have that power of time. Now, again, if you want to get your own server and save yourself some money, you can go ahead and use my code right there. Pop on over to Nitrado. They are the best. They got awesome mega servers where you can hold thousands of people in there if you wanted to. But we can also collab in my server, which we do from time to time. I like to do, kind of play through all the new content first, and then I open it up for some collab on the server. Or if I'm not playing on the server like 7 Days to Die or Valheim that much, I'll go ahead and just let it run 24/7 so everybody else can get in there and just have a free server if you can't afford it. But if you can't afford it, I highly suggest getting your own server because that's awesome. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Now, the first thing I always do when I'm at the forest area is I use this as a orientation of where I want to start. We're just going to go ahead and run up here. Turn my sound up a little bit. Now, while I'm running, I'm going to start grabbing bushes. Well, I can tell you this is better already. Because when I was playing the experimental version, I couldn't grab the bushes, which means you couldn't do any power, which is not good. So it looks like they have fixed that problem. At least I don't have the problem for right now. And that's really all I need to do. I need to run around and grab some bushes on the way to the nodes I need to get to. Now, another thing I need to do is get this in my hand so I can defend myself. Whoa, God. Scared that. It made me jump. I forgot it does that. When you first put it on, it does that. Scares the heck out of me. Now remember, there's also little wood things here in the ground. You can grab all of those as well. Again, grab as much loot as you can when you first start. And again, our goal is to run over this way and get our base reestablished. And we're going to see how fast we can do it today. We're going to absolutely crank. I'm going to go at a much faster speed since you guys have seen me do this before. And if you haven't seen me do this before, you can actually check it out on my YouTube channel as well. But I'm going to show you some of my getting started tricks. Unauthorized hostility toward me going on. All right, let's see how this plays. Oh, yeah, so the jumping's working again. That's good. Yeah, they were hitting me even though I was jumping over them. See? You should be able to jump over them. Wow, the sounds are awesome. Sounds really amazing on these headphones. I turned down a little bit, so awesome. All right, let's go ahead and pick this up. And again, I'm going to fast track. I'm going to go as fast as I can, getting through the tiers and trying to get back to where we were. So here we go. First thing we want to do, everybody, is utilize our drills. So let's actually utilize all of them, right? We're going to put all of them down right here, just on iron, because iron is what we need to get fast track. There we go. Now, we also want to get going here where we put our thing back in, and we go up here to our other node that we're going to need. Now, here's some other baddies. Man, this is really a great headphone for hearing all the baddies. Again, just trying to get maximum amount of bushes to start. Also clears it out so it's a little easier to see if they're coming after you. Seems to be just a little bit of delay between the time in which I hit E and then picking it up. A little bit of server delay. Now, I have a fiber optic connection, everybody. I'm 1,000 up and 1,000 down, so this is about as fast as it's going to get. And I have a decent machine. You know, it's not the latest, greatest, you know, $10,000 machine. But it's decent. It's pretty decent. I mean, there's some peeps who'd be like, yeah, man, I wish I had your machine, kind of thing. There's some peeps that I look at and I say, man, I wish I had your machine. But there you go. You know how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and get this one unlocked as well. All right, we got that going. You know what? I think I'm going to put my hub on the other side today. I'm going to put it over here. Do something a little different. Right over here. Where's our power? Our power's going to end up in the back this way. Let's put it up here on the hill. There we go. Just to make it easier for me to get back up here. So I'm going to click that. Close these out. I'm going to click that. I'm going to go to the back. And I'm going to take these and get that little exclamation point out of there because I'm not... It makes me feel like I'm in World of Warcraft. I'm going to do a quest. It's cool every time. All right, off and running. Okay, so while that's doing that, let's get our basic building going on. Now, you can see that it's already given me some resources. I definitely don't want to put those in the hub right away. One of the things that I actually do is I actually work on obstacle clearing first. So we're going to work on that first, and then we'll do the rest of that stuff later on. Now, I want to go ahead and put that in there, though, and I want to see if I have any resources to make anything. I can make some screws. So let's go ahead and make a bunch of those. And I find that my goal in the beginning is not to actually make machinery. It's to forward it to the point in which I can just go ahead and start running my machinery as quickly as possible. And sometimes you got to kind of let this stuff run a little bit like this. And we also have some raw iron ingot stuff there as well. All right, that's probably good enough. I'll make just a couple hundred of those. I'm going to need a bunch of those here in a minute. We're also going to need some power. So let's get our leaves converted. And we want to get some of our wood converted as well. That's good enough to get it started. Okay, now what we want to do is look at what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to do our obstacle clearing first. So we want to do concrete, we want to do cables, and we want to do our screws. Now, I don't think we can we do more cables? Oh, we can, okay. Well, let's do some more of those. Now, the funny irony is most of this stuff that I'm doing right now is the stuff that's not by me. And it's the stuff that I am currently not extracting. But I'll show you a great trick. Just take all of the resources that it gives you in the beginning and just automatically convert it yourself as quickly as possible. Because you can use that for making other things later on. And so since I need screws, the first thing that I want to make is actually iron rods, not plates. And that's what it's going to do is those rods will then turn into screws. So that we're going to convert all these iron ingots, then we're going to convert all the iron rods, then we're going to convert it into the screws. Then we're going to need some limestone, and then we're going to need some copper. And that's going to be easy to do. We're going to run over and grab some ourselves and go from there. And there we go. Now, what you could do is you could start up your production and get all that going right now as well. But I find if you really want to go fast in the beginning, you just do it yourself. Just sit here and let it run. I know, I was earlier. It was freaking me out. She was literally in my noggin. All right, let's hope we get at least 204 screws. Oh yeah, there it is right there. And we'll make whatever extra we can. All right, awesome. Got our screws done. Easy mode. Oh, we didn't get our screws done. Okay, no, we need more screws. All right, no worries. Now, right over here, while I was busy doing that, everybody, I did replenish all of my raw ore here. Because iron is what I'm going to work on first, because it's what's closest. I'm going to take all those out and let that go ahead and do it again. And then back over here, iron ingots as well. And I could figure out the math of what I'm doing. Let's see. I need, let's say 80 more screws. And to do 80 screws, this is 4. So that's about 20 of those. 20 iron rods, I'm guessing. Hopefully my math is somewhere close to correctly. Somewhere close to correct. So we'll just make 20 iron rods. And then we'll go ahead and convert those into screws. Oh man, that math was actually correct. Late night math is always a risk, everybody. Always a risk on whether you're going to get it or not. That is for sure. Okie dokie. So we got the screws. Let's put the screws in there. Looking good. Okay, now we need limestone and we need the other stuff. Now what I would suggest to do is actually make more of these if you can. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can make an equipment thing. We're going to need more rods. Let's make some more of these. And we'll make some more of these. Okay, and then we're going to need our equipment bench. And then we're going to need some more portable miners. So we need more of our rods. Oh, we'll make more of these. And if you don't remember how much it takes for our rods, you can just hit O. And then you can see our portable miners, how many rods you need for the portable miners. You can just do this. And you can add it to the to-do list over here. And it will give you a general idea of how many you need to make. And we'll just make like 10 more. All right, close enough. Let's see how many of these we can make. We make 5 of them. All right, awesome. We'll just make 4. All right, because I want to leave these ones on here. And I'm going to come back to those. And then we're going to jump off the side of the hill here. Whoa, he jumped down! That guy jumped off after me. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. Whoa, they're very much more robust. They're much faster, too. But not fast enough. Nope. 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 Pick it up. Not want to pick it up. All right, whatever. Deal with that later. Now, I just happen to know where the nodes are, everybody, so it does help me a bit because we've been already working in this area. And I've played through the game a bunch of times as well. But I just happen to know where they're at, and that makes it easy for me to get where I'm going. Now, always assume, whenever you get to one of these, always assume there's a mob nearby that wants to get you. All right? So I always go in it thinking of that. I'm going to put 2 of these down. Let those start to do their thing, and I'm going to grab some myself. Throw down a crafting bench. And let's see how we're doing. 8 concrete. So we need 3 concrete per the thing. So we need 150 concrete before we leave this spot. And these both will fill up with 100. See, we're collecting it way slower than what it's doing. But at least we're staying busy. Have you seen where you can add your own notes to the to-do list? I did not see that. Did they add that? Let's take a look. Let's add it in there. Oh yeah, private notes, public notes. I did not see that. I did see they added this thing. I didn't even look at it. This is a test. Don't forget stuff. Let's do it. How do I add it? Take it out. Does it say? Yeah, there we go. This is a test. Don't forget stuff. Yeah, looking good. All right, there we go. We got 60 out of there. 60 out of there. We'll let that run. That's more than enough. Let's make our concrete while we're here, just to be sure. And again, it's way faster for me to actually make the concrete, but it's actually way faster for it to extract the resources. So learning what's faster, you doing it or it doing it, is an important part of playing the game. All right. And we're going to use local structure, which is what I typically do on this particular playthrough to try to get back to where we were quickly by simply basically making the resource at the original location. And then we'll run the finished resource where we want it to go. We also need to make ourselves a conveyor belt from up here down here, so we don't have to run around each time. And we'll go up here and grab it. Now again, when you're running along, you also want to look and see if there's any resources hiding behind all these bushes and stuff. Any resources you can put in your MAM later on. Grab all of that. This way we can start up some production while we're off working on some other stuff. Okay, so we got that done. Did we do all of that? We did. All right. Let's go ahead and put that into there. That's done. We've got our wire we can put in there. Now we need to go get ourselves some copper. And we should probably think ahead on this one. And we're going to go ahead. Let's run over here. And just do this. And let's see if we have enough. We absolutely do. You just run down and use that. Bring it. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, that feels much better. It looks like they fixed that. I was having that problem in the experimental version where you would jump over the mob and the mob would still go under you. I mean, the mob would still hit you and not go under you. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. Oh, we should put our things down over here. Get our copper fired up. Do we have any more? I think that's it. All right, we'll do that. We'll grab the top off of these coppers. Let's hope we have enough for a crafting bench. We do. And we want to make ourselves some wire and then eventually cable. We need 25 cable. Oh, I got a bunch of copper ore. I got a bunch already. All right, let's convert it. I didn't even notice I have a bunch. And that's from taking the top of those things off, because those are pure nodes, and then you get those resources. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I could leave myself notes for what I want to work on next time. That would be great. Oh, and thanks for that tip, by the way. There's 1,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat. For you giving me a good tip on that. I don't mind tips, I just mind spoilers. Or when you say, Kismet, go do this, or Kismet, go do that. That's called backseat gaming. You don't want to do that either. But tips are great. Let's do it. And I'm going to make some extra wire because we're going to definitely need wire. We're going to need extra cable too when we're running our power lines. So I'm just going to convert all of this into wire here. To get us fired up. See how much we can get done in about an hour or two here. Yeah, we'll convert about half of that. That's probably good. Okay. Then also we'll grab what it's been extracting here, over here. Grab some more of these bushes on the way back. Anything we happen to run into. I mean, you're going by, you might as well. Okay, and turn that in, and we're good.
Milestone reached. Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
Have I played Slime Rancher 2? I don't think I have. It sounds weirdly familiar. Maybe I saw it at some point. But hey, if you do want to suggest some games, here's what you do, everybody. You go ahead and follow that link right over there onto my Discord. You're going to see a section over there. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. Where's that? Right over here. Oh, there we go. You're going to see a section that looks just like this. You go ahead and read those rules. You go ahead and click that green check mark right there. That's going to give you access to post in the other parts of my Discord, including the section where you suggest games. There's a bunch of suggestions already in there, but I always appreciate more. So if you want to go ahead and suggest that game in there, I will put it on my list of games that I'm going to check out. And if it happens, it happens. I can't guarantee it. But you never know. I might just play your suggested game here on stream. I try to play as many as I can. Again, there's only so much time in the day that I have for doing games. So I try to play the games that I like the most because I think that inspires people to play games when you are so enthusiastic about certain games. I think that inspires people to either do another playthrough or to try it out for the first time. At least that's the way I look at it. Okay, what do we want to get going next? Probably our base building. So the first thing we did was obstacle clearing. Because that allows me to grab a bunch of power and then power all of my stuff, which is what I want to do. And now I'm working on my chainsaw right here. So we've got our rods. We need 160 screws. And this is something you can do real quickly at the beginning of the game, and it really helps a lot. So you're not going around and grabbing each individual bush. You go around, you can grab a whole bunch of trees and bushes and resources all at the same time. Where you're not just kind of onesie-twosie it around. But I grab a bunch of it in the beginning anyway, because sometimes I'll start up my production where it's doing the production right away, and sometimes I'll do this and just kind of fast-track past a lot of this stuff. Let's get back over here. What else we need? Oh, we need 160. Oh, it's coming back. Man, it sounds awesome on these headphones. So I've never heard it this awesome in the game because I usually use my little Apple ones. But man, it sounds awesome with headphones. And there's another hookup for you guys, everybody. If you want to get yourself a deal on some headphones as well from Lucid Sound. They are one of my new sponsors, and I appreciate them greatly. I got ones on right now.
Fix-It freighter re-entry complete.
She's really loud, too. I can hear her really well. All right. Oh, I think we made enough. All right, we're going to need those rods as well. And there's our chainsaw. Boom. Awesome. All right. Chainsaw in the hands. There we go. Now we're going to need some fuel for our chainsaw. Now, because we unlocked the chainsaw right away, we don't have to actually use the biofuel, which sucks, or the biomass. We can actually use the solid fuel. And the solid fuel is awesome in the early game because you can actually automate the process of it turning the leaves and wood into the biomass and then the biomass into the biofuel. And the biofuel, of course, is going to power your power, which powers the ability to make leaves and wood into biomass, into fuel, into power, and so on. And it creates that awesome cycle. Now, you have to manually collect the leaves and wood, though. But we can collect it much faster if we have the chainsaw. So that's going to make that process much better as well. You cannot automate the collection of leaves and wood, sadly, but I understand why. They want you to run around and explore a bit in the very beginning of the game, which is pretty smart. And now that we've got our biofuel going here, we want to go ahead and look at what we can make. We can make a constructor, we can make a smelter, and we can make a miner. And so we've already got that unlocked because it automatically kind of forwards us a little bit in the game to get us going. So we'll go ahead and put our little zapper back for now. We can also hit F, by the way, or hold down F. Hold down F. Is it F? I forget what it is now. G? I thought it was hold down F to put it away. I don't know. It just made me wonder if I'm in update 6. Yeah, no, I'm in update 6. I thought it was hold down F. Or maybe it was G, maybe it was H. It was H. All right, H is what it was. I knew it was in there somewhere. There we go. And that's actually a really great feature. I like the fact that you don't have to worry about that. Okay. So now we're ready to go ahead and grab all of this. We're ready to pick these up. And we're ready to put these to work. Now I'm dropping stuff. Starting to drop stuff, and whenever I start to drop stuff, that's when I start to go, okay, I need to put a little storage over here. Oh, I need to make myself some rods real quick. Make myself some more rods. I can't because I'm overburdened. Let's get rid of a little bit of that limestone. Just so we can get this going. And now we're out of room again. Do we have our thing yet? We do. All right, let's get rid of all of this stuff for a little bit. I'm holding down control, by the way, which allows me to put all this stuff away. And then I just have the stuff I'm working with right now. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting this box out of here because I hate these boxes. They trigger me. Getting that out of there. And then we're going to tell it that we want to do extractor, a smelter, and a constructor. And so all we need is 5 more iron rods, and we've got all the other stuff ready to rock. So let's make those. Okie dokie. And then we're going to get to business here. So extraction, going that way. And then smelting. Best we can here. Run that into there. And there. So we're basically skipping a bunch of the beginning of the game where you're learning about each individual thing. And we're just getting straight into the making of stuff. So we need to make more cables here. Make a bunch more of those. And then we're able to make our structure here. And then we're going first thing already. So now we want to go ahead and tie our power. Right here, so we can go ahead and do that, and we can do this. Come on. Oh, and I need more cable. Now, our main goal right here is to get this stuff running to a point in which I can just let it run for as ever long as it'll let me run it with the biofuel. So we're going to try to get all of that fired up. Oh, we already got that going. We need to get that. Oh, we're running power lines. That's what it is. Running them power lines. All right, power lines are run. Now we just need to turn the power on. Let's go ahead and use our solid biofuel. I right-click to cut it in half. And we'll get both of those fired up. Okay, now what this is going to do, second I make a connection here, is it's going to start to auto-extract the resources. Those resources are going to run into here. I'm going to tell it to do iron ingots. It's going to convert it into iron ingots. And then I'm going to tell it to do plates. And I'm going to take whatever I have right now and put that in there. I'm going to take the raw ore that I have and automatically put that in there. And that's going to start that up. And then those things are off and running. Now, what I also want to do is I want to have a place for it to go to. So I'm going to go ahead. Oh, I need more rods. I'm going to go. Oh, I actually need some rods to make a thing so I don't have to run all the way back over here. That's what I need. I'm going to make some of my own real quick here. Some of my own rods. Let's say 5 of those. And then I'm going to go ahead and make a crafting bench over here, so I don't have to keep running back over there to make the crafting bench every time, or to make the resources. And I find that iron rods are one of those things you're working on usually a lot in the beginning. Let's see, I need 10. All right, and what we're doing now is we're just automating, right? So we're starting with the basics, starting with our iron right over here, running that into there. And now what's going to do is produce those plates and run them in this box until that box gets filled up, or until I run out of power, one or the other. All right, that's line number 1. Let's go ahead and take this out here for a minute. And now we're going to run line number 2. Let's get that going. All right, so we're going to go ahead and tell it again. We need one of these, one of these, one of these, and this time we're going to add the storage as well. And that's going to tell us all the stuff that we need to make this happen, Captain. We need more wire. Let's just make what we got. Let's make some copper. Again, just going to go way faster in this playthrough. And then we're going to need more iron. And we got 5, and we're going to need 10 more. And you can see that I'm just making... if you want to go fast, you just make what you need in the moment. And then you let the machines make the extra for you. Now, my big problem right here is I'm out of concrete stuff that I need. But no worries. We're going to try to run some stuff over here. We're going to add a nice conveyor pole up here. We're going to go ahead and run this down there. Now it's going to give us a bit of a ramp. Now, this is the old school way of playing. Before they had hyper tubes, we used those instead to get from place to place. And you could actually make them so they would fast track you over there just by standing on it, which is very fun. All right, now over here, it's been doing some of the work for me. So I'm going to grab some of that out of there, and I'm just going to turn right back around, head back. Look out, parrot, or you're going to be an ex-parrot. Okay, let's make some concrete. All right, now let's make some more iron ingots. We can make more rods. And we good. All right, miner number 2. Let's get that one up and running. Miner, right here. We're actually going to send it that way, and we're going to circle it back around. All right, miner there. And then what we'll do is we'll put our smelter back this direction. I'll run that out of there into there. We'll go ahead and get more power run. What do we need? We need more wire. Oh, we need more. Ignit's converted. We need more wire. There we go. Then we can go ahead and run this over to here, and we get that started up over there as well. So that just starts extracting before we put our other stuff down. Okay, and from here... oh, I didn't make the cable. I'm making wire, but not cable. All right, let's make some cable. There we go. And cables run. All right, that's going to start up. Let's tell this to be iron ore as well. We're going to run this over to that, so that has some power. So once that's ready to go, it's good. Then we're going to tell the constructor to be on this side, but we need more iron plates and more cable. So let's do that over here. And another reinforced iron plate. All right, looking good there. And then another constructor. Now, if you notice, I'm not worried about my power because I just happen to know that I could get these going with the amount of power that I currently have running. Now, this is going to be rods, so this is going to bring those iron ingots in and get those rods going. We'll run that over there. And then, of course, finally to our organization box here. And again, I'm not going to run it too far. I'm just going to literally run it right there. And we can run it. We out of plates? We are out of plates. Okay, no worries. Since we ran out of plates and it's over here making some plates, we can run over here and we can grab the plates that it's already made for us. In fact, we can even run a little thing out here in the front if we added some rods. Let's add some more rods. Rod over here. Yeah, H for holster. Yeah, I remembered there finally. So there you go. All right, and then we'll go ahead and run this out, and that's going to tell me that there is some of that in there. And then over here, we're going to bring this into there. And we're going to run that out, and that's going to tell us that we are... and that we're doing rods into that side. So there we go. Now we got both our... plates and rods going. You can see the max cons, which is 26, and the amount of power that we're producing right now is 40. So now we're producing those resources. So awesome. But we also need to think about what we want to do next, right? Like what resources are we going to need for the next thing? Now, of course, we want to get to all of this stuff, the assemblers and Nosm Sync and all of that, but that's not really important right now. What we really want to do is get our base building going on, some logistics, which is going to help us, and maybe some field research there for our MAM. But that's a lot of resources right now, so we're not going to worry about that. We're going to worry about our base building. So we're going to get that going. Now, I have enough plates to go ahead and do that one right now. And I want to get my concrete going as well. So the next thing I would suggest to do is definitely your concrete. But we're going to need more wire. So let's go ahead and just really get a bunch of wire going here. Because we're going to run a very, very long wire. Oh. It's time for a Stream Avatar Boss Battle. Type !join and then make your choice between a warrior, priest, or mage in the chat. You only got so many seconds. Go! There you go. Everybody join in the chat. If you want to do a battle, right down there. You got about 36 seconds to go !join warrior, priest, or mage. And you can battle it out down there with my little stream avatars. So they still are doing battles at nighttime, but it's just controlled by you guys over there. So feel free to go ahead and do your thing down there. All right. So we got that going. We want to set up our production over here. We want to tie into some of this power here. Okay, we're going to need to split this. Let's say from here to this one, to there, and then we'll run this. Come on. Oh, and we're out of wire again. More wire, more cable. Let's do a whole bunch. There we go. And then we'll tie these back in, so that's running while we're busy doing other things. We're going to need more concrete. Let's get that done. So a whole bunch of that. These poles. All right. Grab this. And we're going to run it right up here just so it's easy for us to see it. And I need more rods, of course. Of course. But no worries. It's over here making me rods now. See, I can just grab the rods out of there and I don't have to make them. That's kind of how the game works, right? You do the basics yourself to start, and then you let it do the stuff for you after a while. So we're going to go ahead and get all of this, try to get it running. We're even going to try to do reinforced iron plates if we have enough time. And maybe, if we are really fast, we could unlock oil for next time. But that's going to be a tall order on that one. I'm going to go ahead and pick these up now, right here. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go over here and we're going to say, hey, we need an extractor. And this time we actually only need a constructor. We'll go ahead and move this as well. Let's go ahead and see if we can... Do we have some fuel on us? I didn't think I kept any fuel on me. Let's move this kind of a little bit more off to the side here. And we'll make ourselves a little bit of more solid biofuel. Now, the reason why I'm making the solid biofuel here is so that I can use a chainsaw. And that chainsaw is going to allow me to just quickly clear all of this stuff that's right here. See this rock? If we're close enough to the rock, we can get rid of it. I don't think so on this particular one, but we'll try. Oh, there we go. So now we cleared out that tree. The only way to clear the trees is to cut them. And if you cut near a rock, you see that I actually got rid of the rock and I got some limestone as well. So that's really handy-dandy right there. Now, I'm a big fan of sending it in the direction that you're going to eventually send the resources in the first place. So I'm going to just do that, and then we're going to need a couple plates here. Not sure if I have enough to do the plates. What do I need? I need some more... speaking of plates, I need some more iron plates. And again, always have a little bit of the raw iron and raw copper on you so you can make your own stuff in the beginning. Not enough. Now, also, if you just press the space bar right on that thing, you can see I'm not even holding the mouse. I don't have a macro or anything like that set up. It's built into the game now. So you don't have to sit there and hold it down and, you know, your fingers getting tired while you're holding it down for 20, 30 minutes. Because that sucks. Sucks big time. Alright, that should be good enough. And let's make a bunch of them until it says 2 plates there. There we go, 2 reinforced iron plates. Go ahead and make those. There we go. And now we're able to go ahead and put our constructor down. Now, we don't have the ability to split or anything like that yet. So our goal is just to get it started. Get it started in here. More plates. I'm going to run that line. Or I could just move it closer. That works as well. So let's go ahead and run the power also in this direction. So we don't have to do as many power lines. Run that there. We're going to need another one of these. Going to need more stuff there. But while we're sitting here, let's go ahead and run this way back up there. And that's going to start this stuff up. So while we're trying to do the storage, it can at least start extracting. And then over here, we're going to tell it to be concrete, and it can start converting the concrete. Oh, another win! Look at you guys go! Congrats, plus 10 gold. Very nice. Let's see, what am I doing? More plates. All right, convert some more. All right, and then into a storage container. And more. More. All right. Now, I could run back and get some out of the box, and which is making it over there. But it takes longer for me to run back and run back over here than it does for me just to make it where I'm at. And that's why I keep a bunch of the extra raw ore on my character while I'm running around. Now, it might be a smart idea to at least leave one of these sitting here, or multiple of them sitting there, in case you do run over here and then you need some concrete and you don't have enough over here, or you're running all the concrete all the way back to your base, you'll have one of those still good to go. So I usually put the thing down first and then I put it down so that it's separate and not in the way of me able to put down the auto extractor. That's really, really useful. Okay, so we got all that done. That's going to go ahead and run in there. We are doing plates. That's what I was doing. Let's just go ahead and use up the rest of this. Actually, I might put both of those. Put a bunch of those on there. Because this one is the one that I'm going to run out of, so we might want to just do a whole bunch of these. Let's just do a whole bunch since I have a bunch on me. And then if we do come back and we need it, we'll have lots and lots of that. Okay. And we were trying to do plates into there. Okay. Now, I do want to run it all the way back to my primary base as well. So I'm going to need a lot more plates for that. And I'm just getting the basics underway here. My iron, copper, eventually, and then of course limestone. And I would do iron first, then limestone, and then copper. How are we looking over here? This has got some fuel left. I'm definitely gonna have to make some more. Let's check our power usage. How's our power looking? Our max cons are still below what we're producing, so that's good. That's gonna do that. Let's get this over here into there. And we'll see how far we can run this limestone, or this this stuff back here. Now, one of the things I would do is I would actually take this one out now, right here. And this way you can optimize this better in the direction of where you want this to run. Right over here. And I'm going to leave it down low so I can use it as a way to get up. Over here. And do I have this? I don't have that backwards. Just probably just doesn't reach. Or wait, no, I got it going in the wrong direction. Ah, hold on. Wrong direction. There we go. All right, now it's going to go ahead and do all of that and bring it to me. So I don't have to go and get it. And that's awesome. Now what I'd suggest you do is also add another storage unit over here. I just kind of pop that down somewhere. And we're not making it pretty, everybody. We're just making it functional at this point. We'll make it pretty in a minute. We unlock our base stuff. And there we go. So now I've got 3 of my 4 basic resources that I need literally running to me right now. And I can just run over here and grab some of those resources. It's going to take a little bit for that stuff to get to me. But again, now it's doing the job for me. Now, a job that I need to do, also on top of what I need to do, is I'm going to need some power, right? So we're going to want to get this stuff unlocked. And then we'll want to get to our next phase where we can make more power on top of what we're doing. But let's go ahead and put some of this in here. We already got that in there. Let's get our rods in there. We're going to have to make our own concrete for now while we're waiting for that concrete to get here. We'll make a bunch of that. Yeah, GG's. Nice job, everybody. Nice. Maybe that's what I should put in my little note over there. H is for holster. To remind myself when I forget next time. That might be an idea. That might be a smart idea. We'll just convert this all so we have a bunch, and then we'll go see how much it's made as well. We might have to make a run back. Okay, nice. This side. How much did it bring to me? About 25. Okay. We can also grab these ones in the front if we're really hurting for stuff, or we can just run along here and grab all the stuff that is currently on the way to us. and just save us the time of it running to us. We need 200. We have 158. And whatever I miss will eventually end up there anyway. But I'm just going to run back and grab some of this myself to speed it along. See if there's any in there. No. And let this kind of do its thing. Also, while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and clear these out. Grab all of those. And then what I'm going to do is also use the conveyor belt to help me go faster on the way back. And I'm going to grab these on the way back. And now I'm actually running faster because the conveyor is accelerating my speed. Grab that one. And let's see how many we got. 12. Oh, so close. We need 6 more. We got this. And there we go. 200. Ready to rock. Too easy. Go, baby.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
All right. That one is done. Let's keep rocking. What else we need? We need more rods. We need more wire. And let's see. Anything we want to... We don't really want to skip it. Oh, and there it goes. My power is turned off. Okay, so we had our first power outage over here because we don't have enough stuff. So what we're going to do is just put what we got in there for now. And then we're going to go ahead and kick it on. Now, the first thing I looked at, by the way, is this blue line to see if... and also, of course, the black line to see if it's hitting the top. And it's not. It has enough power. It just needs more fuel. So we need to convert some of our stuff into biofuel here, and eventually we're going to automate this process. But for right now, we'll go ahead. Oh, wrong way. This way. Take all this stuff out, and we'll convert all of that into solid biofuel. Now, I suggest, again, to do it yourself to start, just to get it going, and then have it running, and then eventually have it where it is converting the biofuel for you. But we can't really have it doing the biofuel for us right now because we simply don't have enough power. It's coming back. I can hear it. I'm going to let this run up to 100, and then I'm going to split it. Again, the thing is to optimize your time. There we go. It went off. Just about perfect there. Is to optimize your time. Would it be better to do this, or would it be better to explore? Would it be better to be building machines or running wires? What is like the most efficient thing? For me, making that biofuel right there was the most efficient thing in the minute. So I can go over here now and now feed 50 into that one. Oop, I put 100 in there. Try that again. There we go. 50 into that one. And then 50 into this one. And then let that run. Now it's going to use 2.67 per minute. So let's just call it 2, which means that it's going to be about 25 minutes or 20 minutes roughly until this shuts off again. So we got 20 minutes to let that stuff run. And that's what we're going to do, and we're going to try to, again, continue to unlock more stuff. Now, what I need more rods, so let's go over here and see what they've got for me already. I've got a bunch of that. We're going to go ahead and talk logistics is what we need. We're going to put what we got in there, and then we're going to need a lot more wire. So we want to get that going as well. But how much power do we have? Could we be using a little bit more power? We're using 35 of 40 right now, and let's go look and see how much this takes. This takes 5. So if we go ahead and do 5 more, we can do something that has 5 more doing something right now, right? And we can also look at it in here, by the way. You can look over it, and it'll tell you how much down there. That's 4. This is 4, and the extractor is going to be 5. What we can do is let's just go ahead and do our extractor. We're going to need a portable miner, which we can grab when we go down there. We're going to need some concrete. And we also put a constructor down there, or a bench for constructing stuff. We probably should make more miners here. We should make our equipment workshop again. Let's go ahead and make some more iron rods. Let's just make a bunch of those. Get our equipment shed up. Like this. And then again, I'm going to make actually 2 more of these. Because we took the ones that we were using over here and we took them over there. But just in case I need some of this iron, like I'm waiting on it to do its thing, again, we can go ahead and just put that down right over here, and it's going to extract it separately. It's not going to impede what I'm doing here. It's just going to extract them separately, and it's going to hold it in their own container. So very useful there. Now we're going to need more rods, so we shall attempt to make some of those. I think we're out of raw resources. So again, we'll wait for this to extract a little bit. We'll make our own. Right there. Out there. Up here. Didn't I make one out here? Right here. I should take this and put it next to this so I remember that there's one out here next time. Close enough. Close enough. Alright, more iron ingots. More rods. Alright, grab the rods that have already been made over here. Like that. Make ourselves a couple more of these portable miners. Grab myself some raw iron before I leave. There we go. This way, if I get over there and I need to make something, I'll have it. Oh, no! That was a bad jump right there. Alright, let's go ahead and pick this up. We'll move this back a little bit. I meant to jump up on the thing, and I just sailed right over it, and I couldn't stop myself. Alright, let's pick up all of that, and let's go ahead and see if we get that down. No, we need some more plates, and now I'm glad I brought more of this. I'm going to let that run, get 10 more of those going. And again, we're just trying to get through here so we can scale up our power, which is the next thing we're going to work on once we get through all of these stages. And I think we're doing pretty good. We're about 30 minutes in, and we're kicking booty here. All right, there we go. We got that extracting. And then we're going to take our extras and put those down. Do I want them on that side or this side? I'm going to say this side. I made these extras so I can just put them down and those can extract. And then I'm going to need a lot of plates. I should have grabbed the plates before I left, but we'll go ahead and see how far we can get these plates to go. Okay, now I'm going to take this out. I'm going to take that out up there, wherever it's at. Right there. Take this out. And then now, same thing like I did on the other one, I'm going to run this to me. I'm going to run that to there. And then I'm just going to run it over the top here. Nope. I go this way. And I'm just going to run it directly toward my base. Actually, I think we could have done that bottom part better. Let's do this bottom part better. Saves me on resources if I do it as as sharp as I can. Sometimes it's going to be too steep like this. So we might need to run it out a little bit. And then run it back. There we go. And then just run it up over there. And as long as you don't switch out of this mode, you can run and it'll remember that you're trying to run stuff. Which is awesome. And again, we're just trying to go straight for my thing there. That's close enough. And then now we're out of concrete. So that's okay. We'll go ahead and run back over here and we'll stock back up on all our stuff. We'll get ourselves some more concrete. And a bunch of plates there. Whoa, 230 plates. Very nice. And then over here with more rods. All right, now we're styling. We're just going to go ahead and bring that right over here. And I'm going to start to backlog that into a box in which I can use to make stuff. I just actually, let's do this. Let's take this out, and then we'll put the box in. And something like that. We'll just run that up into the box. And then we'll run that out so we can see what's in there. Because we don't have enough power to run anything else. We've got everything rocking. Now, speaking of power, we need to run our power out that direction as well. So, let's go ahead and take these out. We'll just cut our power all together. We'll go ahead and make another one, which is... oh, I need more wire. Again, you're always struggling for this stuff in the beginning. But that's okay. As long as you keep a little bit of each thing on you and you keep it all going, you should be fine. Put that there, then we'll connect that to that, and then this one. Oh, not enough cable again. All right, more cable. We'll do it. And again, our ultimate goal is to get it where it's making the cable for us here in a minute. And we'll get it going. I'll show you a great trick on how to get all of this stuff running, even though you don't have enough power. It's going to be awesome. And then, still out. Just not enough wire there. Take all these bushes out on the way back. So close. And of course I could have done the to-do list to see how many I needed. But that's okay. We'll just go ahead and run some of this wire. And we'll run some cable. There we go. All right, now I like to watch it to see if it starts up. Doesn't look like... Oh, I have to turn it back on again. There we go. That's helpful. Now, I like to be at my max cons in the beginning. Just try to max out the amount of power that you have and use it for its best use. So that should now start up. Yep, that's starting up down there. That's off and running. Again, every time I run by this stuff, I just try to grab it. I mean, I could use my chainsaw on it, but right now I'm just grabbing it. All right, so now we got that done. Let's put some more of these in here. Let's use the copper Ignis that we've got here to make as much wire as we can. Let's see if we can get 300 wire to going. And see, now I don't have to run down to my copper at least to get the raw copper because it's going to bring that raw copper up to me. So again, that's making me more efficient. So I'm not running down there all the time. I'm not running down there to get the limestone all the time, right? It's converting the limestone into concrete and then sending that up to me, in which I can use. So again, that your time factor is your most valuable thing. And because we're on the server and it will just run and run and run, that also gives us the power of time to get that going. And our goal is to get that going today, to get that power of time rocking, and then we should be good. We should be good. All right, then we'll make a bunch of wire. Easy peasy. Oh, I gotta turn off my battle mode thing, too. I just realized that. I got to turn that off. There we go. There we go. Now, again, it's totally worth your time, by the way, to just let this stuff run. Typically, this is what I do in the beginning. Just let the stuff run. It's way faster for you to do it than for it to do it. Now, again, you go make a sandwich and just let it run. Come back. I'm going to queue a ton of it up in the beginning. You're going to be less frustrated if you do that. If you just queue a crazy ton of it up and then just walk away. So let's go ahead and grab what we got in here and maybe even grab the stuff here in the front. There we go. And then convert some more. And how many more do we need? We need about 120 roughly. So again, we'll just keep this going. Yeah, this is not going to be enough. We're going to have to run back for some. Does look like. We'll make what we can. We'll put it in there. We'll run down there. We've got those two side things that we can grab from there as well. Now, what you can do at this point, since you are making tons of basic resources, is you can put down 5, 10, 20 of those little things and try to fit them all in there and grab all the resources at once. So you got like a row of raw iron, and then start it going and go make yourself a sandwich, watch a movie, do whatever you want to do, and let it run. And when you come back, you have a crazy ton of that particular resource. That's also a smart way of doing it. Oh, so close. 30 more. Let's go ahead and just run back down. Now that we've made ourselves a little way down here. So easy. We'll grab all of that. We'll grab all of this. And then we'll use this to go back up again. And it's also going to make us go faster because it's the conveyor belt's going in that direction. Grab what we got in there, and we should be pretty styling now. More than enough than what we need. And we need 30 more. And so now my goal is just to unlock the different tiers now. And we're just trying to go through the tiers as quick as possible, try to catch back up where we were last time. And of course, using the server, it's going to go way faster than what we did last time because we're going to automate a lot of this stuff. All right, there we go. Another one unlocked. Off you go.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory. We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
All right, and I just keep coming out here grabbing what's being produced. And I need to get my iron. Which I put right here. So I got some of that extra on me. And then we're ready to do the next one. Now, it does have a cooldown of like 3 minutes, but we can see what we need over here on the right. So we can just go ahead and start making that particular thing toward that particular thing. Like that. Well, I'd love to get to coal tonight, but I don't think I'm going to make it third break. I have to get up early to go to a doctor's appointment. So I don't think I'm going to make it tonight. But had I started this at the beginning, I wish I had thought of it at the beginning. I think we could have made it to coal. But that's okay. We'll get this started. We'll let it run. I'll show you the power of time. We'll let it run when we're not even on. We'll come back next time, and I'll have a bunch of stuff queued up. And then we'll do that again over and over every week. Our goal will be just to queue up as much stuff as we possibly can, get as many things running, as much power running at the same time, and then letting it run. And then come back next week and see how much stuff we have. And then just keep that cycle going. As opposed to waiting for it to do it manually like this. This is definitely a longer way of doing it. But it definitely will work. You can do it this way as well. Much faster. And I'm just working on just the copper, and it's doing all the other things. It's doing like the rods, and it's doing all the plates, and I'm just working on the copper items myself. And I think we're going to get pretty close here. I think we might even hit 300. We might get it all one shot. And again, those little extractors are really useful in this moment when you're just trying to make it go a bit faster. And I could have got even more. I have so many now. I could put 15 extractors, little mini extractors down, and collect 1,000 copper, and start it running. AFK, come back in a couple minutes, or 10 minutes, or however long you need. You come back, boom, it's converted it all. Then you start it on some wire, and then you let that run. You go do something else. It's very, very useful. And we still got about a minute until it's ready for me to put this in here. I've already got the plates, by the way. I've already got the plates, and I've got the rods. The only other thing I would need to do is the screws, and you can already see that I can make 600 screws, so I've already got those already ready as well. So my goal is to try to make the materials before it gets back, so I have those materials the second it's back, and then I can go to the next stage. But this is not going to make it. I can tell you that already. It's got 30 seconds left, and I've got about, 250 still to go. And I can hear it coming back. You're not doing it wrong, Thurber, especially in the beginning. In the beginning, you should be making a lot of your own stuff. But you'll see me let it do all the work eventually, especially when we get to coal, where coal is perpetual power. It'll just keep running. So that means that my plant will keep running 24/7. 24/7. So even though I am only playing for one night a week, it will actually be 7 nights a week that it will be running, making me materials. And if I have enough room for it to make me, like if I have a bunch of storage boxes, it'll just keep making more and more and more, as much as I possibly want it to make. Right? As much time as I want to make, put into the storage of it. All right, we got that done. Let's go ahead and do our screws as well. And it is back, and it's ready to go. So all we have to do is do our 300 screws, and we'll be done with this tier. We can move on to the next tier. Eventually, I suggest also to get your screws going very early, because this stuff does take a lot of work. And again, we're going to build differently in this playthrough than we did in the previous one. We're going to build them at the node. And we're going to also build in expansion at the node itself. And then build out in that direction right away. As opposed to coming back and fixing it later and doing all of that like I was showing you. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and put that in there. And we're ready to go on that one. Field research, ready to rock.
Milestone reached. The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons.
Oh, there we go.
The object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
All right, as you can see, I went
straight. The map has been unlocked.
As you can see, I have went right to doing my copper, because I can see that's the first thing I need. I need that cable. So I'm going to go to that next. As well. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. Actually, what we should do here is we should probably start on some of our power stuff. Now, one of the things that it automatically does, everybody, is it unlocks some biomass burners right at the very beginning if you are on the server. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to orient my whole entire base based on the actual nodes, right? So I'm going to go ahead and let's get into building some basics here now that I think we have enough over here. So we're going to take this out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my foundations. Now, I like to start with the 4 millimeter ones like this. Now, see these little rivets here at the bottom? Right? Right here. You can just barely see them coming through the ground there. You want those rivets into the ground so that it will allow you to put the thing down on the node. I'm going to hold down Control as well, and what it's going to do is align it to the actual world grid. And I'm going to put it down just enough so you don't see those things. And I'm going to put down basically some of my first foundations here like that. And we're going to take this out now. And we're going to take this out. All right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use this node as kind of what is known as a Rosetta Stone or our key start area. And I'm actually going to run that in the opposite direction now. Now, why did I start doing this? Well, the reason why I started doing this is so that I can start doing my power. And so we're going to take all this out of here like this. And we're just going to make ourselves a little area here to generate some power. So, actually, I should probably put my power in the back. So, let's go ahead and raise this up a bit there. Grab that. If I want it to be up that high, probably not. That's probably too high. Let's make it a little less. Can we do this? Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, we can also do something called zooping since we have a bunch of concrete. And we have a bunch of plates. We can go ahead and start here. Now, I can go ahead and switch over to my power. Now, if you are on a server, it's going to automatically bring you the biomass burners. And I could have done these earlier for my power, but I wanted it to just kind of backlog a little bit first. And I wanted to get some of those other things unlocked. You could have, again, done this first if you so desire. I try to get to it right about here when I want to start my copper going. I also want to get my biofuel going, so it's converting the biofuel for me. So we want to try to get all of that going as well. So when we come in, we'll have a ton of fuel next time. So we'll want to switch modes here. We'll want to go ahead and put in at least 3 of these. Like this. Now another thing we want to do is we want to take our hub out here. Take out our hub. Because that's in the way of what we want to do here. Now I hate it when the grass is coming through the thing. That really irritates me. So I'm going to go ahead and back this up another one. Oh, I accidentally put another one. Oh, I put a bunch of those under there. And then we're going to go ahead and use our little small foundation again here. There we go. Just that first one. And then we'll run that into there. And there we go. All right, now we've got that kind of even to the terrain. You can see I'm dropping resources here. I hate that too. But you know how it goes. I'm going to go ahead and just put this here. Put some of these resources, sort them out. Put all of this stuff back away that I got. Most of the stuff dropped onto my character because I took out my hub. So I want to take all that out. And again, your concrete is one of the things you really want to get going early. So you can do what I'm doing right here, and that is to optimize your base. All right. And again, I don't like it when it's going through my base. There we go. Them trees out of there. Okie dokie. And we're going to redo our power. We're going to take all this out. We're going to get that out of our way. And this is a great spot for your hub. Now, put your hub back down right away, everybody. You don't want your hub to be gone for too long, because if you do die, you will randomly spawn somewhere else where you don't probably want to spawn. Now, notice that I've switched this around the opposite direction, where my actual power things are now in the back. I'm just going to go to those and click on them from each side, just so I don't see that exclamation mark, and I will now stop using those. And I also got the fuel back from those, which I can now use on my new burners here. So let's get our stuff back here to make some fuel. Where is my fuel? Oh, I guess it was almost out anyway. Oh, it was almost out. All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. We'll go make some more. Now, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a crafting bench. Well, let's put it on this side. So I don't have to go all the way inside every time. And then also with my equipment workshop, it's kind of big right there. Let's go ahead and put it down there. Kind of out of the way. All right, there we go. And again, you want to put a lot of these down, everybody. You don't want to have to constantly be fuddling with these all the time. And so now what we want to do is kind of build out our base a little bit now that we've unlocked those other things. And we want to get our power scaled up. And we want it to be able to produce power to make us power, right? That's where we want to be now. We want the biofuel to make itself. And not us have to make it, all right? So that's the next kind of phase I'm going to go into here. And so we're going to go ahead and run our power. We'll run it over here to the side. And we'll run all of these together into a single line like that. And then we'll run this one this way over here. And we'll retie that into the one that we already have over that way. Looking good. We're going to take all of this stuff out now. We don't need any of this stuff over here. We're going to take all that out, and it's going to drop into our inventory because we get all those resources back. And then we're just going to run that across there. And again, this is because I was making this concrete from the very beginning. Let's go ahead, and now we have 2 hand slots, so we can go ahead and have this and our chainsaw. Kind of clear that out. As you run into those, everybody, I suggest to clear them out. Sometimes they come back and it's really annoying, but you do what you got to do. All right. Okay, so now we got this going, and so what we're going to do is we're going to utilize this area for our stuff here. I probably want to just set this off to the side this time. I'm going to store everything that I have in there, and then I'm going to pick this up to just get that out of my way. Then we're going to do somewhat similar to what we did over there. We're just going to have this circle back toward the hub area. So we're going to go ahead and put our smelter back in. We got to have some of our stuff back. That's right. We got to do a little swap-a-rooney here with our resources and this one back in and sort that out. What else do we need in here? This, that, this. All right, looking good. So basically what we're doing is we're revamping the base right away, so we can get it up on the foundations here. All right, that's looking good. We'll go ahead and, you know what we'll do is we'll split this. We'll split this here. So we'll split that there. And then that one, oh, I could have left the pole and just took out the line, now that I think about it. That's okay. Run that there. That looks good. And then now we'll use the center one to tie that back into all of this power. And then we'll make one right behind here, which is going to be for this and this. And then also our constructor, which is going to go right there. Right there. And that's going to go to that. And this is going to be our plates. That's going to be, iron ignite. And this is going to automatically go. Okay, now we need to fire up our stuff. Now, we do not have enough biofuel to make this run, but that's okay. What we're going to do is just go ahead and split this into small little segments for right now. Like this. And then this one. And what we're going to do is actually end up with more power than what we did before. Now we have 90 power instead of the 60 power we had before. So that's going to let all of this start right back up again. And then again, we're now going to go ahead and put our storage container down. And our goal is just to get it running. Get it running automatically. Let it run. Let it do its thing. You know what? I think I'm going to move this over just a little bit more as well. So I can go ahead and take this one out. And I can go ahead and have that one end up over here. And this one is that one, and then we'll take this out. Oops, I forgot to get this. Get that first. There we go. And then there, and then there. All right, now we're looking good. Now we can go ahead and take another one of these and stick it right next to here like this. And we'll take this out, and we'll bring it all the way from over there. And let's see if it reaches. It does. All right, and then that's going to bring my concrete right front and center. It's going to bring my plates front and center. And then maybe, actually, let's move this over. Let's go ahead and do this. And we'll go ahead and bring our rods front and center right there. And we're just going to leave that for right now, since we only have so much time. We're going to let that run up there. And there we go. As you see, I very quickly redid my power, redid my layout, and it is way better than it was before. And now it's also on my foundations. Eventually, we're going to make it where we can just continuously expand in different directions. And then, of course, have the output end up where we wanted to, most likely in the beginning by where our hub is at. So that we can keep those upgrades going. Let me get rid of those. And right now, we want to get all this other stuff going. But since we have a lot of excess power that we could utilize, we want to go ahead and make a little thing over here as well. That sole purpose is to make us more power as well. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to start back here. Or actually, we can start in the front and just have it turn it around. Even better idea. All right, let's do more plates. Or actually, we just grab some plates. There we go. More plates. We need 2 constructors, 3 constructors total. Yeah, 3 constructors total. I think we have our logistics now. Yeah, see, that's why I had to get my logistics first to do this. And then I need 6 reinforced iron plates. So we're going to need a lot more screws. So let's make a bunch of those. Until we see 6 plates there. Now we want to stop and have it do fuel, because what it's going to do is burn up the fuel. So we want it making more fuel than it's burning up. But it's going to run out of fuel before I get this going, everybody. I can tell you that already. Absolutely. Because this is going to take me time to make this, and then it's going to take me time to make the cables, because that stuff's not automatically running right now. But all my other stuff is back. All my iron plates and rods and concrete still running. I just need to get to my copper stuff. And we're going to make more wire. Because we need 24 cable to get this stuff going. There we go. And then on to cable. And again, you want to get all that stuff unlocked, like your logistics, your ability to use your chainsaw, all of that stuff. Now, there's some stuff that I don't need right now. I don't need the assembler. I don't need all of those things because I'm really not using those things. And I'm not going to use them for a little while. But I've already put it in there. I'm not going to use the jump pads probably ever. Not going to use the awesome sink for right now. And I don't need my level 2 belts because I don't have any reinforced iron plates. So all those other ones I do need, but those ones I do not for the beginning of the game here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and put down 2 constructors. Actually, let's put down our storage units. I forgot to put those in there. So we're going to need 3 of those. So let's do our storage units first. So storage unit number 1 is going to be right there. And then I'll put storage unit number 2 Oh, can't put it there because the storage unit is in the way. All right, fine. I'll move it over here. I'll drop that into there. I'll grab all of this. I'll go ahead and put that into there. Grab out what I need. And screws. There we go. All right, and then take this. Make sure it's going away from me. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and put in the constructors. As close as we can. There we go. And let's hope I line those up well. Not that one. That one I didn't. That one I did. All right, let's line it up again. It's easier to take the container out and try to help it line up than it is to move the thing, usually. All right, still being funky. Stop being so funky. I got my green line. Why are you not lining up? Come on. Come on, there we go. All right, now we're good. And again, one of the things that I find is in the beginning of the game is your power poles. As you're constantly using up all of the connections on your power poles. Now, later on, you can go in and, of course, get the one that does like 8 connections and stuff. I personally like the ones that attach to the ceiling or the floor. Those are awesome. Or they go through the middle of a thing, which is pretty cool. Oh, I needed wire, not cable. But no worries. We got this going. I'm trying to make a line here. There we go. Okay, now one of these, let's say the left one, is going to be leaves. And we'll say the right one is going to be wood. Oh, and see, my power went off. I knew it was going to happen. So this is going to be biomass leaves. And this one, biomass wood. Because I wanted to convert the biomass for me. And then we'll go ahead. Did we already run that? Or we already run both of those? All right, awesome. And then after it does that, now the reason why I did this is so that I can see what, I can just feed it in there when I go to grab the stuff, as opposed to have to run to the front and then running it back the other way. I feel like it's easier to do it this way. Another great trick, by the way, is to take a little bit of it like this over here, and then right click to split the stack. I'm going to say 1. I'm going to split it, and then I'm going to maybe move a little closer, and then just literally drop it on the ground. And then that tells me that that is leaves. So there you go. So now all I have to do is run up, and I can see that it says, basically telling me that those are leaves. Now I need to find my wood, which I put in this other box over here, if I have any. Over here. No wood at all. All right, well, we got some biomass, too. We'll take that out. We got more leaves. But we need some wood, so don't worry. We got a chainsaw. Now, you want to make sure that you have at least a little bit of bio stuff left. Biomass or wood or leaves to make some biomass so that you can actually use your chainsaw. Make sure you leave a little bit for your chainsaw as well. All right, same thing with the wood. I'm going to hold down the right mouse button until it says split. I'm going to split it into 1. I'm going to run over here to the corner and kind of stand like right here. And then throw it down on the ground, and that tells me that that one is wood. So even if you don't have your signs, you're still good to go right there. Now, I need to make some more biomass myself. Oh, over here. Biomass solid biofuel to get my things back up and running. So we'll try to make about 30. And then it will start making the biomass for me. And then I'll take the biomass and convert that into biofuel. And then eventually it will get to a point where I make way more biomass than I'm using. And that's going to allow me to scale up my power and scale up my power and scale up my power until the point in which I can go ahead and unlock more and more stuff, right? That's what's really awesome. And that's what we're trying to get to right now. We're trying to get our iron, our limestone, which we've already got those kind of squared away, trying to get our copper going, and then try to get our power squared away and our ability to make biofuel on its own. And thus we could get a whole bunch of biofuel. We could put it in there. We could have it make a ton of it, as much as it possibly can before it loses power, because it's not perpetual. It'll actually eventually run out after an hour or so on the thing as well. Okay, so we got that done. We want to go ahead and go in here and split this up. Let's just go ahead and give it 20. That one. Oh, nope. Did not want to do that. Take that out. Time to give it 20. There we go. All right. I should have just dragged it. I'm too much in the habit of holding down control. But that's okay. Eventually, we're going to use that. All right. There we go. 20. And there we go. All of our power is back up and running, including our stuff to... oh, I got this backwards. That's my bad. This one's leaves. And this one's wood. I knew I'd get it screwed up somehow. And that one's wood. All right, there we go. That's good to go. And now what we're going to do is go ahead and turn this back around the other way. Like this. And this is when our mergers and splitters come into play. This is actually going to be a merger in this case. I'm going to do what's known as a centerline merge right here. So I'm going to go logistics, merger. I'm going to tell it to go toward me. There we go. And run that into there, this into here, this going back around over to here. And then this one is actually making the solid biofuel. Now we're going to need some power, so we're going to run that power over there. And then we're going to need a place to store it. And so we're going to turn the container around the other way so it's facing toward us. Something like that. And then run that into there. And it's literally bringing me the biofuel right back to me over here, where I can go ahead and just grab it out of this box and then run it and feed it into my power over here. So yeah, very nice. There it goes. All right, making me some biofuel already. Now, we also need to work over here on our copper, so let's go ahead and revamp how we have this over here. I have a feeling that this thing is getting pretty full over here. Not bad, not bad. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit more work on our base here. Bring this over. And we can probably run that over a little bit more. Let's get some more of this concrete over here. And let's put some of our leaves and stuff in here that we got, so we can let that run. We actually have some biofuel left as well that we made, so we're going to put that in here, or biomass, I mean. We're going to put that in there. Let's see if we got any other biomass left over in here. We do not. All right, cool. We used all that up. Awesome. And then we're going to need a place to put all of this. Let's go ahead and use our box way over here to get a bunch of this off of me now. Now you're going to see me start to take the raw resources and other random stuff off of me. So I have more room in my inventory to work. Otherwise, your inventory is just constantly full, and it's a constant problem when you're trying to revamp your base. All right, we got that. We got this. And then let's go ahead and just run this as far as we feel like running it. And maybe one more. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and do a raw box here. Over there. And then now just kind of run this up into there. All right, so now it's going to run that in there. Now, the smart thing for me to do right now is actually to run back over here and get the resources that I need straight away back onto me. So I'm going to go over here and... oh, I still already got it on me right there, copper ore. And put that copper ore back in my copper ore bag box for me to use. Right over here. All right, very nice. And then let's give ourselves some more space. We're going to kind of do the same thing again, where we go ahead and turn it away from us and get that going. Let's get another smelter going. We need to go ahead and make a bunch of this. Constructor, smelter. We're going to need 2 constructors, 2 smelters, and another extractor. So we need to make more cable and more wire, which is funny because in a minute here we're going to make we're going to have it make us more cable and wire. And then we'll have pretty much the beginning of our stuff down. Let's get any of these things that we already had. And then let's grab some of this raw ore over here back again, because we want to make some of this. Okay. We're going to need 16 wire and 16 cables. So let's just make, let's say about 30 to get started. There we go. 30 wire to get started here. Just so we can get our cable done. And then we'll make more of this. And then we'll make more wire. Okay, now we're looking good. Okay, we're ready to make our stuff here. So we're going to make our first line. Which, again, I'm going to circle back away from my primary base here. We're going to make our smelter first. There we go. Look, I actually remembered this time. Smelter first. This going into there. We're going to need that power, so we're going to run another power line. Let's run it on this side. Let's say right there. And now we can tell this to start to smelt. Again, you want the stuff to start working right away. This way it gives you plenty of uptime of it getting started up. Do something like that. And then a constructor. Come on, constructor, line up. Give me that green line. There it is. Now I like to leave a little bit of room so I can see what's going on. I'm going to have it just start making some wire. I'm going to run that over there. And then it's going to go ahead and run that wire back in the other direction. Actually, I could just do this. Hold on. Let's do this instead. Let's just do this. And run that back in the other direction. And we're going to need to plug it back in again. And we're going to need to tell it what to do again. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and simply put this right here. And now we've got our wire set up just like that. Easy peasy. And it's going to start making me a bunch of wire there. Again, we want to look at our power consumption versus what we're producing. We're producing 90 and we're using about 50. Even if we're using everything, it would be 60. So we still have a 30 thing to do. Now you might notice that I made another smelter and another miner. And all of that. We need another constructor as well. Let's put that on the list. That I did a second one. And the reason why I did a second one is because we want a second line of this stuff running over here as well. So we want to go ahead and start a second line. And we're going to put that back behind here. Let's go ahead and see if we got a little bit of... We do. Let's go ahead and take some of this stuff out over here. I always find how amazing it looks different when you take out the trees. Sometimes I actually get lost because it looks so different. Let's take some of this out. And we get all the little stuff later, but we're just taking out the big trees. And see, there's another node over here. So we can just go ahead and tap into that second node right over here and do this. Now, if you notice that over here, this is extracting 30. And this one over here is also going to be 30. I just happen to know that because I've already played through here before. But that tells me that my belt, which is going at 60, is already in place. So all I really need to do, again, is to unlock my splitters and mergers over here, which I actually don't have on my bar right now. Let me fix my bar real quick here. Let's say number 1 is going to be power. Number 2 is going to be... no, the belt's going to be there. Number 2, let's say... I'm going to do splitter as number 2 this time. And number 4 as merger. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and merge this into here. So we're going to go ahead and just put our merger on the line. And then run this into here. Now we can come over here and we can get it up off the ground. And we can put it in all the plates and all that stuff. Totally unnecessary right now. And then we'll pull the power down. And now both of those are going to run at the same time. It's going to run basically 60 all the way up to my base. How do we know it'll be 60? Well, there'll be no gaps between the thing. If there's no gap between there, then that means that it's running at the full belt speed. And let's get this other tree while we're at it. There we go. This one over here, too. What the heck? All right. Very nice. And we'll grab whatever we can. Yeah, there's definitely a delay there. Or maybe it just doesn't do it when I'm in the chainsaw. All right. And over here as well. Start to clear a bunch of this foliage. You get all this stuff under here. Now, if you're trying to get under something, everybody, and it's really low, you can hold down Shift W and hit C, and it'll slide. And the slide actually makes them go faster. All right, so there we go. So all of this is going to end up in this box right here as well. I'm going to go ahead and run that in the box. Now I'm going to make a little space back here for us to work on the other one that we want to do. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take this out, and we're going to put a splitter right here. We're going to find out where that input is. There we go. Right there. So one is going to go like this. And then this one's going to go into that smelter there. And then the other one is going to go up here, where it's also going to do some smelting. And then it's also going to make ourselves a constructor here and convert that stuff into something. Can't quite fit off the side there. Hold on, let's just move that out. Make ourselves another constructor here. So this is going to go to that. This is going to go to this. This is going to do copper ignet. This is going to do wire. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're already doing wire, bro. Why are you doing 2 wires? Ah, you'll find out here in a second, won't you? All right, and speaking of wire, it's already done a bunch of wire for me right there, so I don't have to even go make some. But I do need to make some cable. Oh, and our power grid has shut off. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Let me make some cable, and we'll turn it back on in just a second. Okay. It actually gets real quiet, too. It's really weird. It gets very quiet. All right, we're going to run this over here, create another power pole for both of these. And then we're going to go ahead and do another storage unit. Oh, wait a minute. Before we do that, we're actually going to need another constructor. Run back in here. Reinforced iron plates. I need some screws. Let's make some of those. I'll make 2 of these. Man, we are cranking on this playthrough, everybody. Usually this takes a few hours to do this, especially if you're starting from the very beginning. But I'm blazing it right now, everybody. I'm blazing extra fast. I hope you guys are digging this. If you're having fun, put a 1 in the chat. Let me know. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take the wire out of here, and we're going to run it into this other one here. But I need some plates, so let's go grab some of those from over here. Oh, bunch of them. 320 plates there. Nice. And we're going to go ahead and run it out of here. So wire coming out of here. So wire in this one. And then this one's going to take that wire, and that one's going to turn it into the cable. So we have 2 separate lines. One that's just doing straight wire, and then one that's actually doing cable. Now, I find the cable one is the one that's going to fill up first. And that's going to go ahead and make it nice and easy also for us to just go ahead and do this. And, of course, not line up sometimes. I don't know why it lines up sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Remember, it's still a work in progress. I try to look for those green lines. Sometimes I bump it at the last second, too. And then we'll go ahead and just run this out like that so I can see it. And then now what we need is we need some power. Now, luckily, while we were doing all of this power, it was making more power for us. Because watch this, everybody. Watch this deal. Boom! Now I have 314 power. Which is awesome, because that means that now, instead of just putting 20 in there like I did before, now I can put 100 in each of them, and they're going to run for a lot longer. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there, And then I'm going to put this one in here. And then on this one, I'm going to hold down the right mouse button. And I'm going to make it exactly the same. You want to have all of these the same so that when they stop, they'll all stop at the same time. But there we go. So it's going to do 4 per minute. And if I say, hey Siri, what's 100 divided by 4?
100 divided by 4 is 25.
So 25. So this whole thing is going to run for 25 minutes now. So there's nothing I need to do for the next 25 minutes, which is awesome. That it's just going to run everything, including the new stuff that I just added, which is our copper wire, and also our cable over here. Now I can just let that run on the server, and it will just run until it literally runs out of power. Now, probably a smarter thing for me to do though before I leave is to make sure that this has plenty of leaves to work on. And I can actually speed this up, by the way, by actually taking the leaves out and feeding them directly into the thing. That's way faster for those leaves to run. The same thing with the wood. If you have a bunch of wood, you can just go ahead and feed it directly into the thing because the belt's sometimes not fast enough. Like this one over here is 120. I don't have a 120 belt right now, but I do have 60, so I could put that in there. And let that run. Now, another smart thing to do before I log out is to go and grab as much wood and leaves as I can. And I didn't just notice that they took out your ability to grab the leaves while you're in your chainsaw. I don't know why they did that, but whatever. Sometimes it's hard to find the thing that he dropped because it's like under him. All right, let's take care of that guy too. Now, one of the things that's cool about the chainsaw is that AoE loots. So as you can see, it takes out all of those. Now, I found it was easier to have it where I could get the leaves while I'm on the chainsaw as well. I don't know why they took that out, but whatever. It's their game. They can do whatever they want. But let's go in here and get... Oh, yes. Look out for this, everybody. I suggest to take all this out before you try to grab this guy, because I kept getting stuck grabbing this particular one because the tree had like a split in it, and I kept getting stuck under that tree. So glad I took that out and didn't fall for the same thing I keep falling for every time. Then you can also take out some of these rocks as well. Simply watch this rock. Boom. Simply by grabbing the leaves nearby the rocks. Oh, we'll be down there eventually. Alright, just trying to clear the stuff that's nearby. You don't want to take these out because they do respawn and give you more of that. Not really what I wanted to do, but whatever. Trying to hit C. There we go. Sliding out of there. Alright, let's go ahead and chop down some trees around our base. It's usually good to get in the middle of it because the AoE is in a 360 arc. Just get in the middle of it as best you can. And since I can't grab the leaves while in my chainsaw, I'm just going to go ahead and use my chainsaw even for stuff I probably could just switch and do it. It'd be way easier if you could grab it while you're in the chainsaw. Hopefully they've changed that back. I'm not a fan of that. And you really want to spend a lot of time doing this at this stage while you're letting all your resources backlog. Just every bit of stuff you can find nearby, and try to get in the center of it, right? If you get in the center of it, and then you're just going to get this whole entire area like that, and then all the little stuff, just grab it with E. That's typically what I do. And you also want to make sure that your inventory is fairly empty. And you can only get the trees with your chainsaw, by the way. Alright, got all that. Also be looking for other resources while you're running around. Maybe you might find some sulfur or something like that. And that's going to be real helpful as well. And you're going to miss some as you're going along. You just do the best you can do. And don't get so wrapped up into it that you forget about the animals that are going to run up on you and try to kill you. Like right now it says, hey, there's something stalking me. And this is why I unlocked the chainsaw real early. It's also because of the fuel. The fuel is much more efficient than just using leaves and stuff. I'll have to ask him, was that an intended change or was that just something that accidentally happened? Yeah, I could have picked that way faster just by hitting E. The only thing that, again, you can't grab is the trees. So get in the middle of it. Try to get as much as you can with a chainsaw. Get all the trees at least. I find it's easier, actually, sometimes if you hit the bushes and then get the trees nearby than to actually get the trees, because sometimes they're awkward to hit. And then come back and just grab all the bushes manually.
Message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
So creepy, and it's really, really super creepy with these headphones. It's extra creepy. I like Ada, but I don't like it when she does that. Creeps me out big time. Now again, I'm the type of player, everybody, who go around and collect everything everywhere. Every bit of plant life, every bit of resources, every node, everything. I like to go extreme max like that. But again, just don't have the time. Just don't have the IRL time or game time to do it at that level. At least for now. Maybe when my kids move out one day, I'll have more time. See how E is way faster? At least I feel like it is in most time. Unless you get in the middle of it and then you clear a whole bunch of them at the same time like that. Now again, I go until my inventory is full. That's kind of like my goal right now. And if I miss some, no big deal. I can catch them another time or won't need them. We'll see. I feel like the chainsaw thing should be faster. That's just me. Now you want to be at watch out right here because you do want to remove some of these rocks. Whoa! You want to remove some of these rocks. There we go, got it. Again, you want to make sure that you leave these by the rocks. So you can try to take these rocks out so you can use this for water later. Okay, took out that rock there. Let's try this one. Not quite close enough. Try this one. There we go, very nice. These ones over here we can just take out. Ah, too late on the jump. Sometimes I feel like it's just faster just to let them hit you. Taking out that rock. Taking out this rock. Now some of these are too far in there. You got to come back with some explosives to get rid of those, but we'll do the best we can do. Alright, how's our inventory looking? Ah, we're getting there. Now, you know you're really full up when it doesn't AoE anymore. So if you're running along and you try to AoE it and then a bunch of the stuff stays there, that's when I usually know I'm done. So let's try it over here. Oh, still getting a bunch of it. Ah, this one. Now, obviously, the trees are better because they're going to produce more of what you need. How are we doing on time? Oh, boy. All right. Oh, there it goes. See how it's not picking it up anymore? That's when you know you've got as much as you can get. And let's head back to base. Grab some of these barrels on the way back. I see Fred way out there. There he is, checking out my my new base. Fred is always in the middle of the action, everybody. He's always up wherever I'm building my base. He's always right there in my face. All right, we should probably build ourselves a little temporary ramp here, which is going to help us get up and down. Oh, I don't have enough concrete. All right, well, such is the way it goes. We're going to have to go around. Let's put this back over here. We got plenty of that in there. And a whole lot of that in there. That's going to make a lot of biofuel. And you can see that I've already got 2 stacks of 200. I'm trying to go for another stack of that as well. We probably want to also work on our MAM here. There it is. We're going to need some reinforced iron plates. We're going to need some screws for that. Let's make some of those. And we'll get a little bit of our MAM work in as well. Does it make me want to start a new game? Right there, Mike? I think starting a new game is always fun. I never mind starting a new playthrough. I like to maximize my playthroughs. And sometimes I'm going fast, and sometimes I'm just taking my time. Like in the last playthrough, we just kind of took our time, and we're just kind of fooling around. And a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm just... Oh, I got to do some wire. Oh, actually, I don't have to do any wire. I can just walk over here and I can grab some wire, because it's going to have a ton of it in here. If it was working. Oh, there's something not working. I forgot to run a line or something. I think I forgot to run some power over here. Right there. Yep. I did. Alright, now it's going to make a ton of it. Right there. Well, I'm glad I came over and checked it now. Okay, let's just grab whatever it's going to give us here. There we go. In now. Okay, what else are we looking to do? We're doing our fuel. We want to get 200 for each fuel thing. So we can max that out, so we can let that run at its max degree. What else can we do here? Oh, and we were trying to do research. That's what it was, research. Trying to get our mam in here. Alright, research it is. Alright, let's research that. While we're researching that stuff, we'll grab this stuff and research some of that stuff. Alright, done. Don't have that, don't have that, don't have that. What do we got down here? We got to make organic data capsule and biomass nutrients. We got one of those. And we definitely got some of those.
New object added to the object scanner.
God, she always scares me. Comes on and is like,
New
Kismet!
research available in the MAM.
Alright, looking
New recipe
good.
unlocked.
Right there. I'll make our power shard here. Why can we not make it into a power shard? That was weird. That was pretty weird. Alright, and then that's going to allow us to go to here. If we had more wire, we could overclock that as well. Again, going right for overclocking right at the very beginning. I actually use underclocking more in the beginning than I'd use overclocking. Underclocking is when you actually turn it down because it's using more power than it needs to. So let's research that. Man, we're crushing it. And so I use my first one that I get to actually unlock the overclocking and underclocking. And that stuff we're not going to do for a while. We got to find some bacon and some other animals here. Let's see. So we need 5 of these alien proteins. Yeah, so I think we only have enough for 4. Yeah, I only have enough for 4, and I should have grabbed that other one. I think I left it behind. And that's all we got. So let's go ahead and put these back. Put all this stuff back. We don't need that on us right now. That stuff looking good. Now, one of the things we should probably do as a backup, let's go ahead and use this in piece here. Actually, even better. Hold on. Let's put it over here. Since we still got this one on the ground level, we'll put it over here just in case we might need it. There we go. And we'll bring that up off the ground level eventually. Alright, we got it all popping and locking over here. Let's see what we can do here. We probably want to do some screws as well. Since we probably have enough power. So let's look at how our power's looking. Over here. Oh, not even close. Okay. So now what we want to do is add a little bit more production here for our constructor. Again, see, this game is like you do one more thing and one more thing and one more thing, right? I just want to do this one more thing and finish this one more thing, and before you know it, you're already running 30 minutes over your stream like I'm doing right now. So we're going to try to finish this up. All right, I want to get my screws going too, so let's get those going. I'm going to turn this around the other way, and I'm going to run this out into there. And then I'm going to make another one go in the opposite direction, coming back this way. And so this is going to become screws. And that's going to go into there. And we're going to need to tie that into some power. And let's say right there. Take that line out. Put this here. Put that there. And there we go. Now we need to tell it to make screws. It's making screws. We go ahead and run this out so we know what's in there. Same thing over here. And there we go, everybody. We're making every basic item that we need to make in the game to go to the next level. Everything that I need to turn into the thing right now is being made. And if we look at the rest of the resources here, the only odd thing in here is rotors. I don't know why the jump pads have rotors so early. I feel like that's crazy. But we need concrete, we need iron rods, we need plates, we need all that stuff. And the same thing here. We need reinforced iron plates. Now, reinforced iron plates, to make those, you actually have to do the assembler right here. But we're just trying to get all of our bases started and running. And then we're going to max out our power, and then we're just going to let it run until next time. And come back and keep her rocking after that. And there we go. 200 each. We can just put in there. So control click. It's going to max it out. That's usually what I do. That's why I do that automatically. And that now is going to run for 40 minutes. And then we're going to take all of our fuel and put it back in here. And we can see that we're actually getting ahead of the game. Where we're getting more fuel than what we're using. And that's awesome, which means we can add more power. And just make sure that we keep those leaves and our wood in there working, right? So it's keeping that going in, right? Into there, and then into over here. And that's it. I think we're good. We don't have any other MAM stuff to do. We need to go find a little bit of each resource so we can put those in the MAM as well. And basically just kind of get it all set up so we can long-term scale it. But we're going to need a lot of concrete to do that. So we really want to let our concrete backlog as much as we can. With this way we can make a lot of room for us to just keep running our, say, our plates here. When we go to fix this, we'll make it so it goes out. And I can make as many smelters as I want, and I can make as many plates as I want off of that one node. And I highly suggest using a node for a single task. So use that node for the single task of making plates, and use the other node for a single task of making rods, unless that one's like a pure node. If it's a pure node, then you want to split it up and then use it for multiple things once you get your splitters and all of that. So I highly suggest giving it another go. Now, if you are lucky like me and you are on the server, you don't have to save. You can just go ahead and literally log back out, and that stuff's going to keep running for another hour. We're going to have lots and lots of resources the next time we come in. So let's go to my office, and then we're going to go to the Kismet Love Trade. Let's go. All right, let's get you guys in here. There you are. All right, there's my schedule right here. Pretty much the same as last week. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 p.m. and at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, of course, on Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. We're going to be playing, of course, The Pit, Season 10, City of Steel. We're going to be doing all of that kind of fun stuff. As well as we're going to be doing it Thursday night as well. Now, I might be late for this stream because I do have to get up real early, and I have to go to the doctor and get that going on. But during City of Steel, don't worry, we're going to be doing some battles. We're going to be doing some races. And then, of course, we're going to check in on Vault 52. And then at nighttime, we're just going to be doing gameplay and enjoying some 76 with my crew as well. And then, of course, we'll be back on Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, all right, let's go ahead and get to the Kismet Love Train here as well. Now, of course, you do want to help the stream, everybody. You can help it out a whole bunch by going right over here to my social media. You're going to find the links in the chat. Pop on over to YouTube. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed the stream. And if you're watching this on YouTube in the future, make sure to hit the bell as well and hit that like button. Appreciate you. Then go ahead and pop over to Twitter. Hit that follow button. Jump onto Discord. Check out the community over there. Feel free to check out my website. I totally revamped it. I suggest to look at the desktop version. My mobile version is acting weird for some reason. And then you can go ahead and check out even more ways to support the stream over on Patreon. Patreon is the best place to support the stream because remember, it goes 95% goes to the creator. So even if you're not supporting my stream, if you go support another creator there, they're going to get a bigger amount, and that's going to help them survive, everybody. I feel like that's a much better option than most of the options because it's the best way to help support each and every month. Your dollar goes further, and the stream gets to stay in business. It gets to keep going. So there we go. So let's go ahead and roll out of there. I'm going to go to the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. All right, everybody. And I'm running over, so usually I jump out when I'm running over, but I feel like we want to go ahead and send the love to somebody. So here's what you want to do, everybody. You want to get on the Kismet Love Train, and this is how you do it. You go ahead and highlight in the chat here the Kismet Love Train, starting at the train and working your way to the right. I'll show you right here in the chat. Just go ahead and highlight that. Copy paste it depending on if you're a follower, tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, or feel free to make your own Kismet Love Train from your emotes and throw it right there in the chat. The more people I see throw it in the chat, the more Kiscaps I'm going to give you toward the thousands of dollars worth of giveaways I do right here on the stream. So go ahead and start showing that love in the chat. Let's get that hype going. Now, if you're on mobile or something like that and you don't want to do the copy paste thing, throw any emote in the chat. It doesn't matter. It could be a heart. It could be whatever emote you want. Throw in the chat. We're going to count that as well. We'll make it easy on the people who are on mobile because I know a lot of you are on mobile as well. So feel free to throw that in there while I'm going ahead and trying to figure out who we're going to raid. Let's go show somebody some love today, everybody. It's been quite a while since I raided someone in Satisfactory here. Let's see. Who else we got right now? Who else we got going on? That person doesn't have a camera. That person is not English. I'll go with this person. I don't know if I've gotten this person before, but let's go see. Let's go see. I can always tell the people who usually I've rated before because I hit the follow button. So I'm going to know. I'm going to know by that follow button whether I've gotten this person before. No. Okay. All right. Cool. We got a new target in our midst. Let's do it. Okay. Let me get their name up here at the top of the stream. All right. I like that. We're going to get them right up here. There we go. Getting it going on as well. And we're going to get this Kismet Love Train out of here. Thank you very much to all my patrons right there at the bottom. I appreciate you all. I appreciate all the follows and the sub love today, everybody. So we're going to go and get Girago stream, I'm going to guess. Girago. I'm going to say Girago is my guess. On that, he's playing some Satisfactory right now. He's working on some water stuff. Oh, wait a minute. He might be... I just noticed that his title's in another language. He might be in another language that we don't know. Yes, wrong language. Oh, bummer. All right, I don't want to confuse you guys. Let's go back and get the next person in line. Never mind. Never mind. Let's try somebody else. Yeah, it doesn't... I don't know why it doesn't say that it's in another language. That's weird. It should say what language they're streaming in. For some reason, it doesn't say it on that particular person, or maybe it's just happening for me. I don't know. Twitch has been twitchy all day. All right, let's try this again. All right, raid target test number 2. All right, there we go. Raid target number 2, right there. I thought their title was in English, but then I went and looked, and their whole bottom of their stream there is in another language. And that's okay, everybody. Nothing wrong with streaming in your native language. I just it makes it difficult on me when I do send people to foreign language streams, because I'm not sure if they speak English or not. So I'm going to try to hook you guys up with someone who we can show some love to. And hopefully we'll appreciate that love. Let's go. So we're going to go get this person. Next person in line, Cree. Or maybe Cray Cray. I don't know. It seems like a little Cray Cray there. We're going to go show her some love. I think it's a her. I see a icon there that may indicate that. I don't know. I get it screwed up all the time. But hey, you know what? I just tried to do my best to show some love. So here we go, everybody. Let's check that love in the chat. Oh, you guys are crushing it. All right, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 cats for getting on the Kismet love train. How we doing those retweets? Let's check those retweets tonight. Did we get our retweets today? Ah, not quite. Okay, that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and also give you guys some love. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 for showing that love in the chat. Now let's go ahead and get this raid started right over here as well. Raid, there we go. And I gotta get their name and put it there in the chat. There we go. All right, raid has started up. Now I'm gonna go ahead and grab the Kismet love train right here. I'm gonna grab the tier 3 level love train. Now, what I want you to do, everybody, is I want you to go ahead and throw the Kismet love train one time in their chat. I want you to hit that follow button, hang out in their stream, show them some love, show them what we're all about here in the Kismet stream. And that's it for me. I will see you guys all next time. Let's roll out the Kismet love train. Appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, one more button. There we go. Appreciate each one of you. I'll see you guys tomorrow about 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see how my doctor's appointment goes. But we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriplin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.